Gwynn and Chris. Thursday afternoon here in San Diego, California. I guess it's Thursday everywhere. Not Thursday afternoon everywhere, but that's for another discussion.
What about Australia?
Another day. It's Friday morning in Australia. If you happen to be listening to us in Sydney, welcome, mate, to the show today. Chris Ello here. Tony Gwynn Jr. is back in action, but traveling, of course, with the Padres. They're on their way to Cleveland right now. They don't get in there for another couple of hours, so unlikely we will be able to hook up with Mr. Gwynn today. But on the other side of things, look what the cat dragged in. After 2 days, of nothing but smooth operation of the show.
That's what I heard.
By Big Frank. Look out today. There could be a few mistimed buttons pushed as we get the return of Matthew Skraby. Happy and healthy once again.
Oh, yes, thank you. Being sick, I'm a huge baby, number one. I don't like it. Number two, I hate calling in sick to work because, especially in this job specifically, because on a week like this, Chris needs all the help. Or not that Chris needs help, but it's nice to have the help during a week of 4-hour shows with nothing to talk about.
Right.
So I felt extremely bad about that. And so that's why I was doing work from home, Chris.
You did a great job from home, and both Frank and I reasoned that maybe it's just better to keep you there.
Hey, if you want me to work from home, I'll do it.
Maybe just keep you at home where you seem to really shine. Frank did a great job. I want to thank Big Frank,
Yes.
Frank Marchese.
Yes.
I want to thank Sam Levitt coming in for a couple of hours yesterday. You're right. These are a very slow 4 days in the sports world, and it's nice to have a full complement of hosts, but I hope all of you enjoyed what we put forth here the last couple of days.
I got good reviews.
We actually had a lot of fun. So there was some good stuff. We'll have a lot of fun today. On the final day of the All-Star break, Mandy Bell from MLB.com covers the best team in the American League. And I got to tell you something. If you would have sat down at the beginning of the season and I gave you 10 choices as to who would have the best record in the American League at the All-Star break, I'm pretty sure you would have guessed Houston, Seattle, Texas, Baltimore,
New York,
Yankees,
Boston,
Toronto, Tampa Bay, Minnesota, right? You would have guessed all those teams before you'd have got to the Cleveland Guardians. But it is the Guards who have the best record in the American League. They not only have the best record in the American League, Skraby, but they have lost, guess how many series at home this year?
Ooh, when you put me to
as they get ready to host the Padres this weekend, how many series this year do you think the Guardians have lost at home?
With a record of 58-37, I'm going to say 1.
How about 0?
Wow.
They have not lost a home series yet this year. The Padres will be efforting to change that starting tomorrow with Matt Waldron on the mound in Cleveland. We'll get a little bit more about the Guardians with Mandy Bell of MLB.com. Also today, this is something I actually look forward to during the All-Star break because a lot of people make preseason picks. In fact, I think everybody at one time or another before the baseball season, puts their picks, who's going to win, who's going to be the MVP, who's going to do this, who's going to do that. But then they never tell on themselves. They never revisit the picks so that we can see just how bad they were. Well, on this show, we do revisit the picks.
That's a highlight for us.
It is. And Skraby's got our preseason picks. We're going to run through them and see just how bad they were as we hit the All-Star break. So that's coming up a little later in the 3 o'clock hour today. Daily Gambit, Chris versus the fans. Big Five, all the regular features. And then, of course, at 5 o'clock tonight, we turn things over to the Padres Roundtable. If you missed it earlier today, a scintillating commercial-free hour of Padres talk with myself and Ben and Woodsy and Annie and Elston. We got into it. So
Wait, you got into it like there were some arguments?
No, I don't think there was any arguments today. But
there's some slight argument.
We just got into it. I mean, there's a lot to talk. There's a lot to unpack from the first half of the season. There's a lot to look forward to in the second half of the season. And I think the big question is, whether or not the Padres are going to get where they want to go. And, you look at it, Skrabe, right now, realistically, I mean, a lot of things can happen. I mean, after all, the Dodgers could conceivably lose 14 games in a row and, open up the NL West race again. But as of now, realistically, if you look at the standings in the National League, it looks like the Dodgers are going to get there. They're 7 games up in the West. Milwaukee's lead has shrunk somewhat, but they're still 4.5 up in the Central. Philadelphia is running away with the NL East. So you got to believe that those 3 teams are going to be in the playoffs. The Braves, despite all of their injuries, I mean, look, we've talked about this with the Padres. You take arguably the best pitcher in the league off the roster before the season starts. Then you take the best player in the league off the roster once the season starts. And, you're not going to be as good. The Braves without Spencer Strider, without Ronald Acuna, but they still have a 4-game lead. So let's just, for argument's sake, say that those 4 teams are all in pretty good shape. That leaves 2 spots remaining. And there are 8 teams, 8, within 3 games of those spots. I beg your pardon, within 4 games. Let me do my math right. The Cardinals are in the lead among that pack of 8 teams. The Mets are just a half game behind them, but they're in the playoffs if they were to start today. But then you look at the 6 teams that are all chasing: Arizona, Padres, Pirates, Giants, Reds, and even Cubs are only 4 out of a wild card spot. So, look, in a simple percentage, the Padres have a 2 out of 8 chance to make the playoffs, which is 25%. Fangraphs, which I don't really know how they arrive at these kinds of numbers, they have the Padres at 39% right now, for whatever that's worth. For whatever that's worth. But the bottom line is, I'll be honest with you, with Yu Darvish probably not coming back, with Joe Musgrove hurting until at least August, Kevin Acee did tweet out some good news on Fernando today.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I'm out of my element.
They tweeted out some good news on Fernando today that he's, ready to potentially get back to some baseball activities, etc. So, hopefully he comes back in August. Hopefully Bogarts, is now healthy and stays that way. Manny and Arise are both playing, but they're playing through pain. So's Profar. You add all of that up together, you're asking for a whole lot of things to go right in order for the Padres to get one of those 2 spots. So I understand why elsewhere you look at the race for the National League's final 2 wild card spots, and you might think the Padres are unlikely to get one. After all, the Mets have hit their stride. They're 25-11 since the beginning of June.
Yeah.
The Diamondbacks were in the World Series last year. They've overcome a ton of things to get where they are. The Giants, look, Blake Snell could be Blake Snell in the second half. Robbie Ray is a former Cy Young Award winner who's yet to throw a pitch, but looks like he's ready to come back.
Yep.
That makes the Giants a whole lot more formidable when you include Logan Webb. I'll tell you a team that...
By the way, Logan Webb, man, why'd you have to give up the All-Star game like that for the National League?
He just wanted to throw some pitches.
Ridiculous.
He just wanted to throw some pitches.
He said, did you hear what he said
No,
after?
what'd he say?
He said that he maybe threw too many in the bullpen, and that's why
he didn't hit his spots. I mean, he was getting the ball up.
Anyway.
Logan Webb is a ground ball pitcher, and he didn't get to hit his spots the other night. They touched him up pretty good. Here's the team that I think no one is talking about for the NL wild card. I think people are talking about the Cardinals, the Mets. They're in there right now. I think people are talking about the Diamondbacks, the Giants. We're certainly talking about the Padres. But who's talking about the Pirates? No one. The Pirates have won 4 in a row. They are right at 500. They're only a half game behind the Padres. And when you talk about young, exciting pitching, the Pirates have it.
Yes,
they
do.
Not only have Skeens, they have another guy named Jared Jones, who would be in the Rookie of the Year discussion if it wasn't for Skeens. They also have Mitch Keller, who's a 10-game winner. the Pirates might be a team that you have to watch. And the Reds still have all of these young guys if they get healthy, and the Cubs are still the Cubs. So I can see why people aren't thinking the Padres. But around here, I think we are all expecting the Padres to make it. And why? Because Mike Schilt has said as much. He is expecting them to make it. He's told us this all year long. He loves his team. He likes where they are. He likes what they've done. And frankly, with Manny having only 2 hot weeks the whole first half, and with Fernando and Bogart suffering injuries and Darvish and Musgrove going down, the Padres' 50-49 record isn't that shabby.
No.
I mean, if we said we're going to take all these guys away from you, you're not going to think you're 50-49. So, it's going to be interesting the second half. And I'm guilty of this as much as anybody, and I'm more guilty of it when Tony's not here, because he will always pour water on this.
What is it, Chris?
This road trip is huge.
It is.
And
I don't think he would disagree.
Oh, I think
we're
he
in
would.
the second half now.
Yeah, but I think he'd still disagree.
We got
because
63 games left.
I know, but Tony never thinks a game is important until it's September 29th and it's 2 teams tied for the lead.
I do appreciate that, knowing that players do not panic.
I know they don't, but we can. And here's the thing. This road trip goes to Cleveland. We already talked about that. They're the best, record in the league. It also goes to Baltimore. They really are probably the best team in the American League, even though Cleveland has a slightly better record. So you're going to both those locales. And in between, you're facing the Nationals, who have been in a huge slump since they left here. But that series is going to be about a lot more than just 2 teams playing 3 baseball games. There's no doubt the Padres remember what happened, and the Nationals remember what happened when they were here a few weeks ago. So those 3 games are going to, have you on edge. That's 9 games, followed by 2 at home against the Dodgers. I don't want to say what if, but you're playing 11 games that I think are definitely going to be tough. You don't want to fall off the pack right now. You can't afford to fall.
No.
It's like the Tour de France.
Oh, I like it.
Right? We're in the second half. We're headed down the Pyrenees.
Oh,
we've got a
beautiful.
big, what do you call it? A peloton of 8 riders.
Oh.
They're all grouped up.
Gives me nightmares, actually.
Those peloton combatants, the Cardinals, the Mets, the D-backs, the Padres, the Pirates, the Giants, the Reds, the Cubs, they're all in a pack. If you go 2-9 in this difficult stretch, you could look up and the rest of the pack could leave you behind. That's why I think you got to be worried about these games. The Padres are at less than full strength. They're not close to full strength yet. I mean, Musgrove and Fernando are a few weeks off. Bogarts is just getting back into it. Darvish isn't going to be here. Padres have to find a way to stay afloat here over the next week and a half. And I'm not concerned is the wrong word, because the Padres have shown us all year that they seem to rise to the occasion against the better teams. And the example to that is, okay, Cleveland has not lost a series at home this year. But on the flip side, Colorado has won only 1 road series this year. I think they're 1-12-2.
Oh, my gosh.
The Rockies in road series. Something like that. I might be off by 1 or 2. But I know they've won only 1. But we all know which one that was.
Yes.
It was here, and it was a sweep. So, would it shock anybody if the Padres go to Cleveland and take 2 out of 3? Not me. That's what this team's been doing all year. We have to hope that they keep doing it. So
I like how you said you're not concerned is the wrong word. I guess I'm aware of the situation. I'm aware of it.
I think you should be.
And yes, this is, for people who don't think this is must win, it has to be. You fall behind now, you don't want to rely on the 8-game win streak the Padres had to close out last year to get into the playoffs.
Well,
you want to keep pace right now.
You've got to keep pace right now. And you're right. Here's the thing. That peloton is going to keep on pedaling. And some of those teams are going to fall off. They just are. They're going to play each other, the war of attrition. But 2 or 3 of those teams are going to keep going. You got to keep up with those teams, whichever ones they happen to be.
Yeah.
So this is a crucial 10 days or whatever coming up for the Friars.
I think it's 11.
11-day stretch.
They have an off day on Monday. How nice is that? They get 4 days off, play 3 games, off day Monday, then they get to close out their road trip. So
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Washington next week. Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Baltimore.
Washington.
Those are only separated by like an hour. And then they come home to take on the Dodgers.
I always hate it when they do that thing where they're like, oh, these teams are, they're traveling so far. No, the Baltimore Orioles are not traveling far to go see the Washington or go play the Washington Nationals.
Washington and Baltimore are real close to each other. All right, we are underway for a Thursday. Skraby's back in the saddle.
Thank you.
I expect the wrong button to be pushed any time now, in one way or another. We've got Mandy Bell. That's the wrong one.
Over the day.
That's
over
the
last
wrong
couple
one.
Days.
That's the wrong one. Mandy Bell, MLB.com. Whole bunch of other good stuff. The British Open or the Open Championships are underway. We'll give you a little update on how things went on day 1 overseas. I will tell you this. We may not have to worry about interviewing Rory McIlroy after this tournament.
Well, he did answer questions today. That was one of the
Oh,
titles.
really? He
It
did
said,
today?
Even after Rory's nightmarish round, he did answer questions.
Yeah,
was the
well,
title.
he knows that he messed up after the U.S. Open. He's got to
Why
make
do I not
amends for
find
that.
that big of a deal? Even Charlie Hoffman was upset about it. Well,
No, he wasn't upset. But
perceived upset.
he wasn't upset. He just said it was wrong for Rory to walk out on the media after the U.S. Open.
Now, the screech out, maybe a little bit too much.
I don't think he planned that. We got a lot planned, though, for you. Stick around. Gwynn and Chris underway.
Say hola. So what we're going to do, we're going to take one of the students, Johnson. Yeah, you want to get in the bus, and Mrs. Selkirk. Yeah, you want to get back to your marks, and we're going to present you with situations you'll very, very often encounter on your buses. All right, Johnson. Yeah, you pull your bus in. All right, discharge your passengers. Now, out of the rearview mirror, you notice this old woman running for the bus. Yeah, you want to start running, Mrs. Selkirk? Let's see how Johnson handles this. You're pulling out much too fast, Johnson. Hold it. Hold it. Yeah, she gave up halfway up in the block that time. Yeah. You know, what you want to do is just kind of gradually ease out, you know, and you're kind of always holding out the hope they can catch up with the bus, you know what I mean?
That is some of the legendary work of Bob Newhart, who just passed away earlier today at the age of 94. I wanted Skraby to find a piece of that. Bob Newhart is not, I know he's not part of this particular, he's not part of Generation Z, as it were. A little bit more back, you know, going. He's even, you know, a little older than my generation. But Bob Newhart was about as funny of a man as there ever was on this planet. And that particular piece of comedy that Skraby played there is called the Bus Driving School. And it's 8 minutes long.
Yeah.
And if you have 8 minutes of free time today, please do yourself a favor and go to YouTube or wherever you need to go.
YouTube, Bob Newhart Bus Driving School.
Bus Driving School. It is, you will be rolling on the floor. You will be so happy that I told you to listen to it. Bob Newhart died today at the age of 94. One of the great comedians we've ever had. He had two great television shows. Skraby, do you know anything about the Newhart Show?
I've definitely heard of it.
Yeah, that one was the first one. And in that one, he was a psychologist in Chicago, and his wife was played by a lady named Suzanne Plachette, and I'm telling you this for a reason. The second show was called Newhart, just Newhart.
Okay.
And in that one, he, I believe, ran a motel or an inn, a ski lodge type inn in Vermont.
Okay.
The reason I'm telling you this is because the end of Newhart is one of the great moments in comedy history. The final scene of the second show is his wife from the first show, Suzanne Plachette, waking up in the middle of the night, nudging Bob Newhart and saying, "Oh my God, I just had this dream that you ran an inn in Vermont." And he told the whole story of the second show. It was a great moment in comedy.
That is, well, it was probably one of the first times it's ever done like that, because now it's kind of a cop-out if a new show ends with a dream. You're like, really? I just spent 12 episodes and it's a dream?
No.
But that was probably really new.
Yeah, it was a dream. She said, you know, "Oh my God, you owned this inn," and he looked around like, "What are you talking about?" etc. Or maybe he said, "I ran the inn," and woke her up. I don't remember, but it was very funny.
Lisa on the chat has a good point for Gen Zers. Gen Z knows Bob Newhart as Will Ferrell's adoptive father in Elf.
Yes, that's right. Yes, he was. Thank you for bringing that up. Bob Newhart, 94. Rest in peace to him. And to all of you, I wouldn't stop talking about sports to tell you this if it wasn't that funny. But the Bus Driving School, 8 minutes of pure hilarity. I'm going to go listen to it myself later because I really loved it. All right, back to it. Crisello, Matt Skraby's over there. Tony is idle today. Padres and Cleveland tomorrow. The Guardians with the best record in the American League and undefeated when it comes to series on their home field this year. No one has taken a series from them yet. Matt Waldron will start the first game. Dylan Cease will start the second game. And Michael King will start the third game for the Friars. 3:10 for the pregame show tomorrow in game one of that series.
Oh, we do have our Friar Friday guest for tomorrow.
We have one tomorrow.
Yes,
I was wondering because we only have an hour show tomorrow.
Yes, but I felt like we should check in with anyone on the team because I know it's tough when they get out of the All-Star break, but I can't remember if it's Gillespie or Gillespie.
Logan Gillespie.
Yeah, okay, so it is Gillespie.
Yeah,
Logan Gillespie is going to be our yes, and
out of the bullpen.
He used to play. I believe he used to play out east, and so he has some experience.
We'll have him on the show tomorrow. Yes. Good. The leader of the Open Championships is a guy by the name of Daniel Brown. Couldn't tell you Heidner here about him.
He sounds like he's English.
He is. He's
there
got
you
the
go.
English flag right next to his name there. He's on top at 6 under par. Shane Lowry,
Oh yeah, he's an Irish
the
guy.
Irishman,
He
is
won a couple years ago.
5 under. Justin Thomas back in the
Wow.
hunt.
Where have you been?
Been a long time since we've heard that name. He's 3 under. And then on down the line, at 2 under, isn't he always there after the first round? Our guy, Xander Schauffele. So he had a good first round. My guy, Brooks Koepka, who, by the way, will never win the
No,
British Open.
he won't.
That is when, that was the beginning of yours and mine's argument about Brooks Koepka.
Yeah.
The day after he won like his 4th major, and you said, yeah, but he'll never win the British Open. And we said, why? And you said, because he hits the ball too high. And we called BS on that.
He's not going to win this tournament.
All right.
If
Well,
he
you're
wins this
sticking with it.
tournament, I will have to eat my words. But
Yes, you will. Yes,
but
you will.
the weather, this is the thing with the Open Championship, is because they have so much light, they have so many different tee times, that they have one group going out in the morning and one group going out in the afternoon.
And they play an entirely different game.
different set of circumstances.
Right.
I remember Tiger years and years and years ago got caught in the bad weather of the morning round, and he was out of the tournament in the first round.
It can happen.
Yeah.
Koepka's -1. Scotty Scheffler, who's the odds-on favorite, came in at -1. And then on down the line you go. Phil Mickelson, not bad today for Phil, +2. Bryson DeChambeau, U.S. Open champ, +5. So he's well back, as is Rory McIlroy, +7. And there's been some talk, especially coming the other day from Monty, Colin Montgomery,
yes.
who's kind of a pill.
He is.
He really is.
He's a, what do they call them? A blowhard?
He's a blowhard. He's a pill. He looks like Mrs.
pill.
Doubtfire.
Doodaloo.
Monty said that Tiger Woods ought to think about hanging him up. Days like this are not going to help Tiger's argument. Tiger shot 8 over par. He's 14 shots off the lead already. So there's that.
What was your answer about Monty? Did you guys ever ask that question in the Big Five?
We did, and I just thought Monty ought to shut up, honestly.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, he's earned the right to decide when and where he wants to step away from a game that he helped build practically by himself.
His quote about it was
funny.
It was like, it was badass.
It put Monty in his place
because
real
he was like,
fast.
you know what? Whenever you win one of these, you'll get to choose whether or not you play.
Yeah, no, Tiger was spot on in his rebuttal to Colin Montgomery there. All right, there's your Open update. When we come back to baseball, Mandy Bell, MLB.com, the Guards. Let's find out about the best team in the American League next on Gwynn and Chris.
The biggest to school.
All right, rolling into it here today, a 3-hour show. Chris Ello, Matt Skraby back from the infirmary. Tony Gwynn Jr. traveling with the Padres to Cleveland, Believe Land, where they are pretty excited, I imagine, about the Guardians, who have the best record in the American League and will host the Padres beginning tomorrow in a 3-game series. To that end, Mandy Bell from MLB.com will join us shortly. Let's see. It was interesting. Kevin Acee tweeted out today that Fernando not only is, looking like he's making some strides, etc., in terms of his health, but kind of, I don't know, it was kind of intimated that there was some thought when he first went down, because I never really heard this. But it was kind of intimated when he first went down that he really may not come back this season. They were really worried about that.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
And, it's looking like, Fernando is going to make it back, hopefully sometime in August. So, anyway, keep your fingers crossed there. I mean, if you're asking the Padres to make the playoffs without you, Darvish, and Fernando the second half,
it's going to be tough.
It's going to be really tough. It's going to be tough enough without Darvish. And, like we said, hopefully Musgrove will come along in August as well. One other quick baseball note for you. The Major League Baseball season for next year, 2025, if you're wondering, will actually get underway in Tokyo. Once again, the Dodgers will be playing there in Asia.
Thankfully, Chris, we don't have to wake up at 3 a.m. this year.
It won't be against us this time, though.
Thankfully.
Yeah, Dodgers will be playing the Cubs to kick off the 2025 season on March 18th. The rest of the 30 teams will all play on March 27th. That is opening day for next season. It's the earliest opening day ever. Padres are going to get the Braves, it looks like, to open up next season.
Get them out of the way.
All right, well, it's far off. But a lot of people like to know that stuff. All right, joining us right now, MLB.com, Cleveland Guardians writer Mandy Bell. Thanks so much for the time, Mandy. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. We appreciate this. Know you are enjoying a little bit of a break there. How excited are the people of Believe Land? I mean, it was a couple of years ago that Cleveland made a nice run. It ended a little early in the playoffs, but after last year, 10 games under, was anybody expecting this?
No, truly, no one at all. And I think that's made it even more exciting for fans because the expectations were, one, low, just because over the offseason, this team didn't really do anything, sign anybody to make this roster tremendously different than what it was last year when they were 10 games under 500. And then there's question marks of having a first-year manager take over for Terry Francona. So it was just, there was a lot of question marks, and you didn't really have any reasons to believe that there was just going to be a complete 180. And so whenever that happened at the beginning of the season, everyone's like, oh, let's enjoy this hot start while it lasts. And now we're halfway through the year, and I don't think we can call it a hot start anymore. So
no way.
It's been pretty fun for Guardians fans, it seems like, and I mean, you can see it just reflecting in the attendance this year. It's been up like crazy. So I think that they're all thoroughly enjoying this.
Talking to Mandy Bell of MLB.com about the Cleveland Guardians, and we were just talking about how the Dodgers are opening. I didn't hear the other team, Chris. I'm forgetting right now. Cubs in Tokyo. Why don't the Guardians ever get any of these opening games across this, elsewhere in the world is what I'm trying to say.
Small markets, man. It's always
Padres are
like
small
markets. That's true. But it always just seems like they're never really in that mix. I mean, they had Puerto Rico 2018, I want to say it was now, or 2017. No, 2018 it was. It was announced in 17. So 2018 they played in Puerto Rico, which was awesome for that experience just because Francisco Lindor went back to his home country, obviously, and then hit a home run. The whole place went crazy. I mean, that stuff was awesome. But since then, no, it's been relatively quiet for them to go outside of Cleveland.
Mandy, I want to ask you about a couple of, one former Padre for sure, and that's Josh Naylor. I mean, this guy, I don't know that he got enough of a chance here in San Diego. It felt like he was kind of blocked.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they had signed Eric Hosmer. That never really worked out here. So Josh Naylor was moved along to Cleveland, and now this guy's turned into one of the better sluggers in the American League. 22 home runs, 70 RBIs. I'm saying that because I want to make the fans in San Diego realize how much we miss this guy. I don't know that they were necessarily expecting all of that from him, though, in Cleveland.
No, I don't think that was the expectation. I think they knew there was a lot of upside there, and they were hoping that they could tap into it, but they tried not to put many expectations on it. And I mean, I know from our perspective as writers and reporters, we weren't really sure if he would be able to blossom into what this was. And even last year when he was unbelievable, it was more of a, okay, is that just a fluke year or is that going to be sustainable? And this year it shows that it's pretty sustainable. And it's hard to believe because that wasn't what he was as soon as he got to Cleveland. But he said he learned a lot last season because he started off the year pretty slow. Although the metrics, the underlying stuff all said that it seemed like he was going to turn a corner soon because all of his expected numbers were so much better than his actuals. But he doesn't really look too much into that stuff. He was just frustrated with how slow his start was. But he really said that he taught himself how to just stick to his plan even whenever it's not going well. And then when you look up at the end of the year, you see the totality of everything and how he still had a successful season. So that having that belief in the back of his mind of like, if he hits a rough patch of a week or two, to not let that snowball or make him press or try to change anything, because he knows last year he stuck with it and had an outstanding season. And I think that's really helped him this year stay level-headed.
The other guy that the Padres fans, maybe not as many know about this guy, being once a Padre and now a Guardian, because there was a stop in between, was Emmanuel Clase, the great closer. This guy was signed originally by the Padres, went to Texas in a trade that netted the Padres absolutely nothing. It was a player to be named later. Eventually went from Texas to Cleveland in a move that included Corey Kluber. But, to say that the Guardians wouldn't be there without Naylor, okay, maybe, but they certainly wouldn't be where they are without Clase.
No, and to think that you trade that away for nothing, man, that's hard to swallow at this point because,
yeah, it is.
Geez, he's as good as it gets, really. And last year he was still great, and he led the majors in saves, did all of his usual stuff, but he had more blown saves last year too. And so it was hard for even him to really dissect what last year was and get an impression of it. He's like, I don't really know if it's successful, if it's not. And so he was in between, and we're thinking, okay, where does he go from there? And, well, I guess revenge? I don't really know. I didn't know he had another gear, but he really found it so far this year. He's been outstanding. There was no question that he would be getting the ball in the ninth in the All-Star game, because that's the man that you need to have, because he's just been absolutely lights out, and you hear every guy in the Guardians say it. Like, as soon as they get to the ninth inning, they just know it's over.
Talking to Mandy Bell of MLB.com right now on 97.3 The Fan. And I want to talk about the manager, Stephen Vogt, because number one, earlier today I found out that he was my age, Chris, which makes me feel great about my level in life.
And he's got a beard like
he does have a beard as well. I'm looking at a picture of him right now. He debuted in Major League Baseball in 2012, and then his last appearance was in 2022. And now he's a manager with the best record in the American League. How did that happen?
I don't even know if he could give you an answer to that. It's really impressive. And I think because he just finished up his career and he's not too far removed from what it is being like as a player, he's able to relate to these guys, especially the youngest. I think they're still the youngest team in baseball. And I think we said that for like 4 or 5 straight years now. But they just stay young because they keep calling up all these prospects. And so whenever you're that young, it's it's nice to have a guy in the room, and not to diss Terry Francona for being the old man of the group, but you now have Stephen Vogt here, and I think it's helpful for them to have someone who knows exactly what it's like to play in today's game and knows how to relate to every type of guy in the room, because he'll say it. He'll say that he was the guy who was an all-star. He was the guy who was DFA'd. He was the guy who didn't think he would make it to the majors. He was the backup. He was the utility guy. Like, he says that he has all these different roles. So I think that is helpful for him whenever he's relating to these guys. And it just seemed like he was really just adamant. I don't know. He was just really pumped up this spring coming in to just try to get everyone pulling in the same direction. And he went above and beyond to try to get everyone to buy in from day one, because he knew it was going to be tough. He knew it's a weird transition from a Hall of Fame manager to someone who literally has never managed ever and just finished his playing career. And I think he just got everyone to buy in, and they've all played like they did in 2022, where it just seemed like they were too young to know any different, and they're like, why not us? And they just have that same attitude all over again.
Mandy, we appreciate it. You're doing a great job. I want to ask you about a couple of more players here real quick. One is Jose Ramirez, because he seems like he should be in every conversation that is had about the best players in baseball, and yet I don't hear his name ever come up around the country. I know in Cleveland they know how good he is. The other guy I want to ask you about is the Major League's leading hitter, because we have our own guy in Luis Arraez here. He's been hurt a little bit, not really carrying the big batting average at the moment. But Stephen Kwan, 352, and now enough to qualify and leading the American League in hitting. Talk a little bit about those two guys.
I know Kwan was excited to see Arraez at the All-Star game to just tell him that he's his favorite baseball player, because they're so similar.
Wow.
I mean, the approach there, it's just this old school type of worry about batting average type of guy, and you just don't see that anymore. But they're both excellent at it, and Kwan has really come out of his shell this year. We knew that this was sort of in there because of his unbelievable contact ability at the plate. Like, his hand-eye coordination is unlike any person on the planet, and so the way that he's able to just grind through at bats and rarely ever strike out and constantly foul things off until he's able to get something to hit. It's not surprising that this is what's the result, but I think the most surprising part is that he's added a little more power this year, and he's already had his career high in homers before we even hit the All-Star break. I think he's up to 8 now. So to have that mix in there but not sacrifice any of the batting average, sacrifice any of the swing and miss, the unbelievable chase rates, all that type of stuff, to be able to add power and not sacrifice anything has been really impressive to watch. So, I mean, it really just doesn't get better for a leadoff guy than guys like Arraez and Kwan, who can always get on base. But so for the AL, there was no question in my mind that he would be leading off for the All-Star game.
Yeah.
But for Jose, I mean, you ask anyone in the clubhouse and they all say the same thing too. It's just like, it's ridiculous how this guy is just flying so under the radar, not in Cleveland, but on a national scope. It just seems like guys don't understand, and people, fans, everyone don't understand that he truly is one of the best players in the game, just because it just doesn't seem like he has that same level of attention. And I kind of think he likes it, honestly. And I think all of that goes into why he wanted to stay in Cleveland and figure out a way to make an extension work, even if it was for a cheaper rate than he probably would have gotten anywhere else. And he likes it. He likes to be that underdog type mentality. He likes the small market type of feel with Cleveland. He likes everything about it. So I don't think it's something that ever bothers him. He likes to be the person who shows up and just lets his talent, his actions on the field speak for himself.
Yeah, Ramirez is awesome. Mandy, you're awesome. Again, thanks so much. I don't need to remind you or anybody in Cleveland that last year was the 75th year anniversary of Cleveland's last World Series championship. Mm-hmm. And I know that in the back of their minds, they're hoping maybe year 76 would be the year. That would be some kind of party that Cleveland's never seen the likes of.
That would be, because not only has it just been so long, and it's the longest drought in baseball, but it's a year that no one would have expected this level of success. So if that would be able to happen this year, this town would go crazy.
All right. Well, we appreciate the time, Mandy. Enjoy the weekend series with the Padres visiting, and we hope to see you again when you come back to San Diego next year. Thanks, Mandy.
Yep, thank you.
Great stuff. Mandy Bell, right on top of everything there for the Cleveland Guardians. She writes for MLB.com. Very good. Jose Ramirez, really, it's laughable to me that this guy, nobody talks about him at all. And, if you say top players in baseball, whose names come up? Aaron Judge right off the bat, Shohei right off the bat, bunch of other guys. Ramirez has been in the All-Star game now 4 straight years. He's finished in the top 10 of the MVP balloting 4 years in a row. He's been in the top 10 in the MVP balloting in 6 of the last 7 years. Top 10. He's finished third, second, sixth, fourth, and 10th. I don't know how that doesn't make you one of the best players in baseball and like a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
But nobody ever talks about Jose Ramirez.
I think that's what he wants.
And that's what she said. Yeah, he doesn't mind that. He just floats right on through. He's already got 23 homers this year. He only hit 24 last year. His career high is 36. I would say he's on his, well on his way to beating that. And he's well on his way to beating his RBI career high of 105. So he's already at 77. And, oh, by the way, he's stolen 18.
Really?
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like a fast guy to me.
He doesn't look like a fast guy. He doesn't look like
a world-class athlete, I'll say.
He doesn't. And I think that's why he's dismissed so easily.
And he shouldn't be, because he's more like us than any of those other guys.
23 homers, 18 steals.
You remember when he was almost a Padre? When
There
we were
was
talking
a brief
about
moment of, yeah.
And then he signed like a 19-year extension with the Guardians.
Well,
he needed some leverage.
I don't know what we would have done with him.
Well, yeah,
we got a third baseman here
and a short.
Last
He
I
could also
checked.
play shortstop, but there's our
another shortstop. That's all we need. All right, Jose Ramirez. He's also won 4 Silver Sluggers. This guy can play. We'll take a break. Good job, Mandy Bell. More Gwynn and Chris. Hour number 2 kicks off with a Daily Gambit. And away we go into hour number 2 of Gwynn and Chris. Happy Thursday to you. Thanks for being with us. Unless, of course, you're listening live in Australia, where we welcome you to a Friday morning. Skraby wanted me to point that out earlier.
Yes.
3:01 is the time. Chrisello, Matt Skraby back from 2 days off. Unscheduled?
Yes, unscheduled.
Unscheduled, couple of days off. How did the dog do with you in the sick bed?
He
did
doesn't
anyone
like
take care
it.
of Lucky? Or
he doesn't
were you able to
like
get him
me.
outside? Or did
Oh,
your
yeah.
mom have to step in? Or?
No. He just doesn't like it. When I got my surgery, he was very scared of me. But that was because of the big arm contraption I had
Yeah.
on. But when I'm sick, he doesn't even want to be near me.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
between your shoulder and your health, we're lucky you ever show up here at all. So
I mean, you're talking to a guy who had shoulder surgery and took 1 day off.
That's right, baby. And you got 2 days off for your infirmary visit.
Yes,
here.
I did.
But we're good to have Skraby back.
Thank you.
Tony will hopefully be able to check in with us tomorrow before the game in Cleveland. Padres are headed to Ohio as we speak. Mandy Bell did a great job from MLB.com. That whole Emmanuel Class A debacle. That's a debacle if you're the Padres.
I don't remember the situation. Who was the Padres closer?
Right. That's right. And you're right. Different situations, but they boxed it up with Munoz, trading him to the Mariners and getting very little for him.
Yeah.
But Clase, I mean, he was originally a Padre. That's painful. He went to the Texas Rangers in what turned out to be a player to be named later. The Padres got Brett Nicholas.
Oh,
that's what I mean.
That guy. Sorry, Brett, if you're listening.
That's right. Rangers traded him off to Cleveland for Corey Kluber, but Clase. I mean, Josh Naylor obviously seems like that hurts.
Yeah,
because Josh Naylor's been really good for Cleveland as well.
I didn't realize that Class A had 2020 was a year of suspension due to PEDs.
Which year was that?
2020?
The COVID year.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember that whatsoever.
I don't remember that either.
But it's looking at me in the face right here.
Staring right at you there, huh?
Yes.
All right. By the way, if you're wondering about Josh Naylor, the trade that sent Josh Naylor to Cleveland was one that everybody wanted to do at the time. I must tell you.
Is he a Mike Clevenger guy?
Mike Clevenger came. And you know who else ended up coming in that trade later to complete the trade? Matt Waldron.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah. So
you did get something out of that one.
Padres got something out of that. But Josh Naylor was an all-star this year for the Cleveland Guardians. All right. We're going to get into, there's no games tonight of any kind. There's not a WNBA game. Again, I'm going to, ding the WNBA. They keep missing all these open dates on the calendar. They should be playing games, making sure that those of us who don't always tune in might tune in tonight because we're looking for a game to watch.
There was a game last night.
Yes, there was. But tonight, there's nothing on the calendar. Come on. Schedule a couple of WNBA games so we can watch. The MLS isn't playing tonight. So we can't even get into that.
Wait, are we an MLS show? Did I miss that?
We did. Yesterday we made MLS wagers. Let's tell you how it worked out in today's Daily Gambit.
Do you like money?
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, Daily Gambit.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I've been doing this the last couple of
That's
days.
okay.
You tell them.
That's okay. Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment on this show. Please gamble responsibly, everyone. Back to you, Chris.
All right. I changed that, by the way.
What did you change it to?
I changed it to don't bet at all.
Okay, then we should just get rid of the segment.
No,
then.
we're not getting rid of the segment. We can still have fun making our picks and call it the Daily Gambit. But I'm just advising people not to wager on this stuff at all. Use your money for more important things.
Okay.
All right. Yesterday, Frank Marchese and I did some picks. He went 2-4. I went 5-1. So I'm having a good week. Starts with Indiana Fever at Dallas. Indiana was favored by 4.5. I took Dallas. Dallas won outright.
They did.
Caitlin Clark had a record-setting game last night
She did.
with 19 assists. She also went over her 20.5-point line for scoring. She had 24 points to go with those 19 assists. That's a monster game under any circumstance. So, Caitlin Clark, well done.
Real quick question.
Yeah.
If they've been saying, like, the newcomers to this league need to prove themselves first, why are Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark both setting records in their first year?
Yeah, maybe they've proved themselves.
Yeah, I would
maybe
think
they've
so.
already
I mean,
proven themselves.
Rookies
Good point.
don't come in and just set records like those two did.
19 assists. No one's ever done it before in a WNBA game. We know what Angel Reese has already done. Very good. I brought this up because I like pronouncing her name, Arike Ogunbowale. Third leading scorer in the league, over under 22.5. She scored 24. Went over. Hawks and Lakers, we had to resort to Summer League game on the docket last night. Hawks were favored by 4.5, but Bronny James had his best game.
He did.
Scored 12. I mean, look, we're overreacting to a guy scoring 12, but we are. Lakers won outright. And then there were the two MLS games. Now, the first featured the best team in the league, the team with the best record in the MLS, and I did kind of a very, unofficial poll yesterday to find out just how much all of our soccer fans out there know about what's going on in the MLS. After all, we're going to be in the league next year.
We are.
With San Diego FC. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, we're a soccer crazy, town, or at least what people tell me. So I asked everybody yesterday to, just put in on the chat the answer. Which team has the best record in the MLS? It took like 5 or 10 minutes for anyone to get the right answer. So I don't know what that says about us, if anything.
I think that says we're going to get into it here in San Diego, but we're not there yet across the league.
We're clearly not there yet. The team with the best record, the answer to that question was FC Cincinnati.
Now that's crazy.
Isn't it?
Cincinnati never leads in anything.
Well, they had the best record.
I guess they have the Bengals and the Reds now, so
yeah, they're doing
playing
better.
well.
Anyway, they were favored over Chicago. It was a 3.5 goal over-under. You know me, for a soccer match, I went under, and it was way under. Chicago won the game 1-0. The other bet was Inter Miami without Messi playing at Toronto. I took Toronto. That was my only loss, as Inter Miami prevailed 3-1. Now, as far as today is concerned, we don't really have any games to pick or to wager on. So Skraby is going to run through some of these. These are some of these lines for the upcoming NFL season. We're less than 2 weeks away from the Hall of Fame game opener, by the way.
That's crazy. That
So-
is insane.
So let me ask you, Skraby, what do you have on some of these preseason awards and Super Bowl odds? What do you have?
Well, we have the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Obviously,
You're gonna do individual awards first.
Oh, we can go to the other one. I mean, if
Either
you want.
way.
Okay, we'll do
Start-
individual awards first because this is the page that I'm on right now.
Okay.
Caleb Williams leads the way, plus 135. Jaden Daniels, plus 550. Marvin Harrison Jr., plus 650. J.J. McCarthy, plus 1,600. Bo Nix, plus 1,600. Malik Neighbors, plus 2,000.
Yeah.
Some of the other
Caleb
ones.
Williams, if you repeat that, 135, the next best is 550. I mean, they're basically guaranteeing that Caleb Williams is going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Maybe I'm not a Bears fan, but I just don't get why everybody thinks this guy's going to light the NFL on fire.
Because they gave him Keenan Allen, they gave him Rome Odunze, who's another guy on this Offensive Rookie of the Year list. But I haven't been impressed with Caleb Williams and the way he's handled everything so far.
Well, he did sign his
He
contract the day after we got on his case for not signing his
He
contract.
did finally sign his contract, but he seems like a big distraction. Did you hear that he wanted in his contract the ability, I think it was a no, I know what it was.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't want to be able to be tagged with the franchise tag.
Correct.
No rookie's ever gotten that before.
And like Dak Prescott's maybe the only one.
And he thought he should get that. And I'm thinking, come on, man, do something in anger before we start giving you stuff.
See, I'm not so mad about that because if you ask what are they going to, they can say no. I'm actually mad at whoever put that out there because it just makes them look bad.
Yeah, a lot of stuff
I'm
that's
trying
happened.
to stay in the middle of Caleb Williams.
I can't yet. I'm on the out for Caleb Williams. He's gonna have to win me back over when I watch Hard Knocks. So we'll see.
We'll see. All right, the MVP, Patrick Mahomes leads the way, plus 475. Although he's going to be playing a lot of video games during Chiefs camp, so he's not going to win the MVP.
You're gonna have to take it away from him, though. This guy, he's on another level right now.
Now here's one that I am a little confused by.
I am too.
The second MVP guy in odds, that was not the way to say it, CJ Stroud, plus 850, over Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, who are plus 900. CJ Stroud had a fantastic year last year. Can he do it again? We don't know.
I don't know that I would put him second in the odds race.
I would be okay with if he was in the top from 5 to 10.
Well, here's some of the guys that are below him. You mentioned Josh Allen and Burrow, but Lamar Jackson's below him. Aaron Rodgers is in the running at 1,600, but he's below him. Brock Purdy, Justin Herbert is below him. But here's the guy that I would bet on right now.
Let's hear it.
Because it's plus 4,000.
Oh, my goodness.
Christian McCaffrey. Are you kidding me? I mean, you wouldn't put a few bucks on that?
I kind of would, but
An
I don't think
outside shot?
I don't think a running back will ever win.
Ever?
Yeah.
How about this guy at plus 13,000? Would you put a couple bucks on Justin Jefferson?
I could see that.
Even though they have no quarterback. That's the problem.
I could see that because he's good enough to go jump up, get the ball, run 180 yards
Could
every
catch
day, every
130
game.
passes. You
He
never
could.
know.
They could just throw it to him consistently. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. Let's go to the coach.
Coach of the year, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Before you say who it is, if I asked you out there to name who you think's going to be the coach of the year in the NFL, I'm pretty sure you could name 20 guys before you'd get to this guy. And you may never get to this guy because how many people really even know his name
I don't think many.
as a coach in the NFL?
I didn't know how to say it for like 2 or 3 years.
Tell us who it is.
Matt Eberflus. Plus 800. Is it Eberflus?
I think it's Eberflus.
Oh, gosh. See, I
You don't even
still
know.
don't know how to say it.
Matt Eberflus of the Bears is the favorite for Coach of the Year?
Get this.
Are you kidding me?
Jim Harbaugh, plus 1,000.
Jim Harbaugh's a better chance of winning than Eberflus.
He has a track record of
He at
success.
least has a track record, and plus, if he does anything with the Chargers, they're going to build a statue of him out there.
Basically, if you had a bad team last year and you're a new coach, you have a chance to win because it goes Robert Saleh, Matt LaFleur, Raheem Morris, D'Amico Ryans, Shane Steichen, Jonathan Gannon, Dan Campbell. I'll take Dan Campbell over all of them.
Dan Campbell should be a heavy favorite for Coach of the Year, considering the kind of team he's had, and he's trying. Even though they had success last year, he's trying to take the Lions to their first ever Super Bowl. If he does that, he's got to be the Coach of the Year. Agreed. Where's your guy on this list, by the way?
He's down there. I was just
Way
looking.
down there.
He's plus 3,500.
Yeah.
Our guy Sean Payton's plus 3,000.
The only way not Sean Payton, but your guy, Kyle Shanahan, the only way he can win Coach of the Year is if he goes undefeated. Because the 49ers have such huge expectations.
All right, real quick, the favorites to win the Super Bowl, the Chiefs plus 500, the 49ers plus 600, the Ravens plus 1,000, Lions plus 1,200, Bengals plus 1,300, and the Eagles plus 1,500. I guess I should group in the Bills, too, at plus 1,500
And
as well.
how far down are the Dolphins?
Weird. They
Dolphins
left
are
them off the list.
They're not even on the list?
No, plus 2,200.
2,200, so they're...
To win the Super Bowl.
Their 12th choice, the Dolphins are.
Again, there's only one team that I think we should bet on, and that would be the Chiefs. Because
Would you just because the Jets are 11th pick? Do you think the Jets going into the season should be rated ahead of the Dolphins, just because Aaron Rodgers is back?
Well, that was the key piece that was missing last year. So yes, I guess you have to think of it that way.
All right.
Someone was asking about Antonio Pierce on the coach's side. I didn't even really notice him on the list.
I didn't see him on there. He's in the middle of the pack somewhere.
Oh, there he is, plus 2,000.
The longest shot to win the Super Bowl, I think, is kind of interesting. Don't you? Are you looking at it?
The Broncos?
The Broncos are the longest shot on the board to win the Super Bowl. At least somebody thinks Sean Payton doesn't know what the hell he's doing over there.
they do.
Because Sean Payton thinks he knows what he's doing.
Well, I mean...
But a lot of people don't think he knows what he's doing.
It's his way or the highway, Chris.
Well, he's the longest shot right now to win the Super Bowl. All right, very good.
That's
a
fun.
good daily gambit today. We will take a quick timeout, check you a little traffic. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we're going to make ourselves look foolish. We're going to revisit our preseason baseball picks to see how those are coming along. Stick around for that and more on Gwynn and Chris. All right. Tomorrow, about this time, Sam Levitt will be on the air with the return of the Padre pregame show. 3:10 tomorrow afternoon ahead of tomorrow's 4:10 start. Matt Waldron will open the second half for the Padres. Who had that in the pool, by the way, at the beginning of the year?
No one.
Matt Waldron will start the first game of the second half. He's the best pitcher you have. Sure. Tanner Bybee will start for Cleveland. By the way, one last thing about tomorrow's game.
Oh, no.
It's the Apple TV game.
Ah.
God, I hate that. It's so depressing to me. Been waiting for 4 days for a baseball game, and now I'm going to have to sit there for 3 hours and stream it and pay extra to get on Apple TV Plus and all that stuff.
Yeah, the paying extra I'm not a
Please.
fan of, but what I am a fan of is you just turn it on to Jesse and Tony.
Yes,
that's the
I
great
can listen to the
feature.
game, but I like to listen and
No,
watch.
no. On Apple TV, you have the option.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, you can choose your announcers.
And it syncs up everything. You don't have to do anything. You just
Right.
choose your audio source.
Choose your broadcast.
Yeah.
That is a good thing, but not a lot of people like to have to pay extra money to watch a team. They're already paying cable money to watch.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And I just think baseball, it just annoys me. And the money grab of sports is really. It's like the All-Star Game uniforms. Nobody likes what they're currently doing. I've not heard one person who likes what they're currently doing, but baseball's making more money. And it's like, all right, but does everything have to be about more money? Can't you just let maybe one thing alone?
I am with you there, sir.
So, that's not just baseball. It's certainly the NFL. The NBA, the NHL, MLS, you name it.
Everything.
Everything.
Hey, I didn't think the NL uniforms were that bad.
Ugh, disgusting.
I know you were going to hate them because they have black pants.
Black pants, light blue. What did that have to do with the Texas Rangers or the All-Star game?
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
And the American League looked like they were just simply
American
wearing
League-
paper bags.
I didn't.
So,
I was thinking
just didn't-
creamsicles.
I just didn't get the whole paper bag look for the American
I think
League.
Rob Manfred's hearing the pressure. I think he's going to go back because you know what you could do, Rob Manfred? Sell jerseys with an All-Star Game patch on it. People will still buy that.
They'll still buy it. You're right. You're right about that. And, look, the All-Star Game thinks they're great. I loved Fox's spin on the fact that it was the second lowest rated All-Star Game ever.
That was?
Yeah, second. Now, here's the good news: the lowest rated game was last year, so they actually went up a little from last year.
Is that the Skeens bump?
Said I don't know, but said Fox TV and said baseball kind of in joint response to this news. It's the highest rated All-Star game in sports. So what? What are you beating out?
You're beating out the flag football game that the NFL plays.
I mean, just because you have the highest rated All-Star game doesn't mean anyone's watching it.
I don't even know when the NHL All-Star game is. And the NBA All-Star game, don't watch.
Not the same. So
I got to say this, though, because I wasn't here. The Paul Skeens-Aaron Judge matchup happened. Aaron Judge is an entertainer in the All-Star game. He is there to entertain. Do not give us one swing when everybody has been looking forward to this matchup for weeks.
what
You're
if
going to
he-
swing at the first pitch in
What
an
if-
All-Star game?
What if he hit it out of the ballpark?
Well, that would have been great, but
Well,
he didn't.
that's probably what he was trying to do.
He didn't. He didn't even come close. I think he grounded out to third base or something.
He did, but I'm just.
I
My
mean,
guess
be
is,
an entertainer, Aaron Judge. Please give me something.
my guess is he was trying to hit it out of the ballpark. Thought he's had something good to hit.
I
Padres.
hate when people say, or not when people say that. I hate that mindset, even though it's probably the correct mindset. Is that he got the pitch they wanted.
Nobody. Look. How many times do we get mad at Fernando around here? Stop swinging at the first pitch until he hits the first pitch into the seats. Then it seems to be okay.
Yep, you're right.
So
you're right.
that's the way that works.
Okay.
There is one big NBA story today. If you are a fan of that, Russell Westbrook will be on like his 19th team in the last 19 years. I think by the time it's over, Russell Westbrook will play for every team in the NBA.
He might as well go for that.
He
at
might
this
as well.
point.
The next one he's going to play for is the Denver Nuggets. League sources say that the Clippers have traded Westbrook to the Jazz, And I don't understand how all this works, and I really don't care. But they're going to sign him, and then it's a sign and trade is what it is. So they're going to sign him, and then they release him, and then the Nuggets are going to pick him up, and whatever. So
Blah, 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 blah.
blah. That's exactly what I said.
A Russell Westbrook trade is not breaking news anymore.
I didn't break the
No,
news.
I
I'm
know
just
that.
giving you
I know
that as
that.
a bit of information.
When I saw that today, I was like, this should be on the 8th page of the sports
I'm
page.
giving you that as a bit of information on a slow news day. Chris Dunn is the player that the Clippers get in return for all of this. Couldn't tell you a thing about him except that he ranked 6th last year in deflections.
Ooh.
Somebody's keeping that stat now. Incredible.
That's a tough stat.
Deflections.
Yeah.
So if somebody makes a pass, he's getting a hand on it. The 6th most in the NBA. Clippers got him, so
Okay,
good for
great.
them.
Great defender.
I don't know what else to tell you about all that stuff. We are coming up on the return to our preseason picks. And we do this every year basically to make fun of ourselves. But I think also it's always interesting because at the beginning of the year, everybody is so sure a bunch of different things are going to happen. And it's really funny that by midseason, how many of those things really aren't happening. All you need to do to know that and understand that is see where the Padres are.
Yes.
Profar, thumbs up. Suarez, up. Waldron, up. Higashioka, up. Manny, Tatis, Bogarts, Darvish, Musgrove, right?
Yeah.
Just about everybody you could name has probably gone the other direction that you expected them to.
Probably.
So we'll see what happens. Well, go ahead.
No, the Padres, speaking of Yu Darvish, they actually replaced his spot on the 40-man roster. And someone on the chat asked me earlier, do you know what's going on with Yu Darvish? The last I heard is that he's with his family overseas.
Yeah,
It's a family thing, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, we don't. We're not going to guess.
But it's Tirso Ornelas. He has been promoted to the 40-man roster. He is 24. He was an international signing out of Mexico, and many people think he's going to be called up tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Tirso Ornelas.
Tirso.
Yes.
How do you spell that?
Tirso.
Ornelas.
Ornelas.
What does he play? Shortstop?
I hope not.
I hope not, too.
The last time I'm hoping to get this right. I'm just going to go, outfielder. I was confident, but you guys have made me so.
You never know. You might as well look it up while you're
I swear I knew that.
All right. Coming up, our recap of the first half of the baseball season. A look back to our preseason picks on Gwynn and Chris.
Annie and El
If you're not sure, a reminder, we love Spiro's Mediterranean food around here. Try Spiro's, Coronado, La Jolla, the ballpark. Authentic Mediterranean cuisine. For dining or takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com. Chris Ello, Mr. Skraby back in business today. And Tony Gwynn Jr. on his way to Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland rocks.
For some reason yesterday, we played the Trevor Hoffman interview yesterday, which was a lot of fun.
From Cooperstown.
From the Cooperstown.
Yeah.
And I kept introducing the interview and saying that we visited with him in Cooperstown, Ohio. And I said that like 3 times before I
of
figured out.
Youngstown?
I don't know what I was thinking of. Pretty sure it was in New York. I was there. I should remember. But for some reason, I kept messing that up.
That was a fun trip.
Ah, that was the best.
It was. Chris and I in a car together from New York to Cooperstown.
We got to get somebody into the Hall of Fame again.
Yeah. Soon.
Yeah. All right. Traffic? No.
It is. Yes, it's ready now.
All right. Let's go with that.
All right.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Got a few things that might slow you down a bit traveling on westbound for the 805 at collision blocking lanes. Also, southbound 805 just past the 15. Got a crash involving a couple vehicles there over the right shoulder. Not done yet. Reports of another crash south 805 just past Main Street. Now, this one is blocking the 2 left lanes. Traveling on westbound 78 before the 5. We're getting reports of some metal debris in the 2 right lanes. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, very good. Some music to get us fired up for this segment. We're going to go back and we're going to kind of run through this quick. We're not going to lag on this too much, but
Well, we say that now.
I know we'll never make it. But preseason baseball picks, you and I and Tony all made them. Thank you, Cher. I believe we will. Turn back time to the beginning of the season and our picks. Well, take us through, Square.
All right, well, let's just start out with our AL and NL West picks that we made. And we'll start with the AL West. Division winner, Tony said Rangers. Chris said Mariners. I said Astros. We're all kind of still there a little bit.
We're all there. Mariners are in front right now. So I
Last
have the
place,
lead.
A's. We're correct about that.
Pretty clear across the board.
MVP. I think we're all wrong so far. Corey Seager, Tony said. Chris and I said Julio Rodriguez.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Tough year for Julio so far.
Cy Young, Tony said Framber Valdez. Chris said George Kirby. I said Luis Castillo.
I picked the wrong Mariner, so did you. We should have gone with Logan Gilbert.
Duh.
He does have a chance to win the Cy Young
He
Award.
does. The newcomer, Jorge Polanco, Tony said. Chris said Wyatt Langford.
Oh,
I
boy.
said Josh Hader, which is also, oh boy.
All 3 of them. Wyatt Langford has finally picked it up a little bit to where they're thinking he could go on to win AL Rookie of the Year, but he really hasn't had a big impact yet. So.
Now, is Paul Skeens up for Rookie of the Year next year?
No, this year.
This year.
He's
okay.
already pitched enough games. That's
All right,
why.
gotcha.
That's why we don't like him around here.
Because he's going to take
Because he's
Jackson
going to
Merrill's
take
award.
it away from Jackson. Yeah.
The National League West, Tony, Chris, and I went with the Dodgers as division winner. We'll move right on. Last place, Rockies. We got that right.
Looks like we're good on those 2.
MVP, Tony said Fernando. Not going to happen. I said Fernando, too. Probably not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Yeah.
Chris, you said Corbin Carroll. That will not happen
goodness,
either.
Did I jinx that guy? How about Shohei Ohtani? What were we thinking here?
I don't know.
None of us said him.
I think I was in a hater mode, maybe.
I guess we were, yeah.
Cy Young, Tony said Logan Webb, which could
He'd
happen
have to have
in
a
the
good
NL
second
West.
half. He's
Yeah.
7-7 right now.
Tyler Glasnow, he's probably the guy right now. Well, I don't know
Who said him?
You did.
Okay.
His phantom back injury,
Yeah, slowed him down for the time being.
and then for both of us said, or at least I said Dylan Cease or Cy Young. I mean, he's going to have a really great second half.
I want to see the 7 innings, 1 hit Dylan Cease.
Yes.
Which we saw 4 times in the first half.
Yep.
We just saw the other one a bunch of times too. And that other Dylan Cease wasn't as good.
No, and the final one is newcomer Jung-Hoo Lee. Tony said, which he was doing all right, but he's hurt and out for the year. Chris, you said Dylan Cease. I said Dylan Cease. So we still could have some sort of win right there.
Teoscar Hernandez would probably win that right now.
You're probably right.
It's been very good for the Doyers.
all right.
That was good. You got through that quickly.
Yes. AL East. Tony said the Yankees. Chris and I said the Orioles, which the Orioles are right now in first
Orioles
place.
by a game right now.
Last place. Tony said Red Sox. They're doing well. Chris and I said the Rays. I believe they're in last place, aren't they?
No, the Blue Jays.
Oh,
have
Blue
it.
Jays, yeah.
Yeah, the
So we
Rays
still
are at
got some work.
500. Rays are at 500.
MVP, Tony said Juan Soto, and that's looking pretty
He
good.
just did that just to mess with us.
I know he did, and he's
Yeah.
looking good.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Juan
I'm
Soto's not
sorry.
going to win the MVP in the American League right now.
Who's going to win it?
He's not even going to win his own team MVP.
We're talking about the AL East MVP.
We're talking about Aaron Judge, who's better.
All right.
Much better.
You said Gunnar Henderson, which, hey,
Gunner's
he's right
been
there.
great, yeah.
Although he didn't show up at the Home Run Derby.
No.
Adley Rutschman, I said, for MVP.
Okay.
Cy Young, Tony said Carlos Rodon, not happening. Chris
he
and
looked like it here in San Diego, though.
He did.
Yeah.
Chris and I said Corbin Burns.
Started the All-Star game.
He
so
did.
That's a step in the right direction for him.
Newcomer for the AL East, Juan Soto for Tony.
Yeah, that one might hold up.
Yeah, Marcus Stroman, you said. And then I said Juan Soto as well.
Marcus Stroman with the Yankees.
Yankees pitcher. He's not going to be
Not
the newcomer.
not better than Soto.
No. National League East. We all said the Braves were going to be in first place here.
Everybody did, but they are not there, and they're not going to be there either.
You don't think they're going to be first place?
Not with all the injuries, no chance.
Well, we say that a lot about them. Last place, Tony said Mets. Chris and I said the Chris said Marlins. I said Nationals. Marlins are the last place
Marlins
team
are
right
holding
now.
down the spot right now.
At MVP, you and Tony said Ronald Acuna Jr., which he's hurt. Which you can't, I mean...
No, you can't predict
He wasn't
that.
even having a good season to begin with.
No, he wasn't at all.
And I said Matt Olson, who is also not having a great season.
Nowhere near
I
it.
didn't realize until today. He's hitting .229 this year.
Yeah, he hasn't been anywhere near what he was last year.
Our Cy Young pick, all of us said Spencer Strider. It's
Wow.
not happening. Not happening.
Look at this. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay.
Newcomer. All of our newcomers are bad. Well, you and I picked Jared Kelnick. And Tony picked Tim Anderson, who's not even on his team anymore.
Tim Anderson's not even in the league anymore.
He's not.
At least Kelnick plays for the Braves.
That is true. At
We
least
could
he
take that
does.
credit. Probably the best newcomer has been Reynaldo Lopez. This guy's been insane. He's the only guy in baseball with a qualifying ERA under 2.
But he's also under 100 innings pitched, I was noticing.
But he's got enough to qualify
I know.
as of now.
All right, baseball coverage on 97.3 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. AL Central. Tony said the Twins. I said the Twins too. Chris, you were thinking Tigers.
Yeah. Well, I certainly didn't think Guardians.
That's who's leading the division.
Tigers are only 3 games under, but they're
All
quite
right.
a ways back.
Last place, we all said White Sox. We're all safe there.
Yeah.
MVP, Tony said Luis Robert Jr. Chris, I think you might have it with Bobby Witt Jr. I mean, Jose Ramirez has something to say about that, but
Yes, he does.
Carlos Correa, not there yet, is who I
That's
said.
who you have?
Yeah.
Don't take my shirt off.
Cy Young, Tony, Pablo Lopez, not looking good right now.
Not great.
Chris, Tariq Skubal.
I got that one.
I said Crochet, but they've basically...
Crochet's been really good, but Skubal would be the Cy Young guy
Yeah.
right now. He's 10-3, 2.41.
Talk about being a fantasy baseball owner and having Crochet. Now they're only throwing the guy 2 innings a game, and he's like going 6 up, 6 down. They're just taking him out of the game to save his arm or whatever it is. It is
so weird what they do in baseball now. Skubal, by the way, may not finish in the American League Central because he's widely reported to be on the move.
Yes. The last
who
one.
else gets a mention there for Cy Young in the American League Central?
Who?
Seth Lugo.
Yeah. Oh,
What a
definitely.
year he's had.
Well, Tony, the newcomer, Seth Lugo,
Oh,
Michael Walker.
he nailed it.
He
Yeah.
half and half.
Half and half, okay.
Chris, you said Jack Flaherty, who's having a nice season.
Been better than he had been in the past.
And then I said Steven Wilson, who's just toiling away in Chicago. Poor guy.
You were throwing old Steven a bone there.
I was thinking he was going to be. I remember saying he's going to be a closer. He's going to save some games. No,
Yeah.
that's poor Steven Wilson.
Okay.
National League Central. Tony and I said the Cubs. It's not looking good right now. Chris, you said the Reds. Who's actually in first place? Oh, the Brewers are.
Yeah, the
Tony
Brewers have
said-
been there all year.
Yes, they have.
I still think the Reds could make a run. They got to get everybody healthy. It's close. It's still close.
The last place team, Tony and I both said Pirates. the Pirates, which they're middle of the pack right now. Chris, you said the Brewers.
I did. I thought the Brewers would suck this year.
They have not.
No, but they are starting to ease back to the pack, I must tell you. That's,
You're right.
That race could still develop.
Losing 3 out of 4 to the Padres really hurt them. MVP, Tony said Paul Goldschmidt of the National League Central. Chris, you said Encarnacion Strand.
Man, am I had Acuna, Encarnacion Strand, who's out of baseball, hurt.
You also had Bobby Wood Jr.
That's the only one. My other one, Corbin Carroll, Julio Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah.
Terrible.
Cy Young, all three of us said Hunter Green. I didn't even realize that. We're not there yet.
He made the All-Star team, but that's about the extent of it.
He gave up a homer, too.
Yeah.
I think Paul Skeens probably has this one.
Looking like it.
I took on some Pirates fans on Twitter, and it didn't work out for me. Pirates fans were very angry at me for pointing out the fact that he's only started 11 games.
Well,
in his
allow
career.
me to jump into the boat
The
with
fray?
you. Yeah,
Oh.
let me jump into the fray.
Okay.
Where the hell have you Pirate fans been for the last 25 years? I've not heard of a single Pirate fan anywhere.
Well, they don't have anything
since
to
they
cheer
got
for.
rid of Bonds and Bonilla. So please,
I guess they had that one year with Andrew McCutcheon.
please, with all of this love for the Pirates out of nowhere,
It
Get
is
outta
true.
here.
It's a little much, Chris. Thank you.
It is. Please.
We really like to the exciting player. We really like to put him up on that pedestal as soon as possible.
And you know what we'll do once he gets up there for good?
We're gonna tear him down. and we're
Tear
gonna
him down.
Just give him a new. We're gonna
That's right.
besmirch his name.
We will tear down Paul Skeens.
All right, the last one, newcomer. Tony said Reese Hoskins. I
Not
think he
bad.
was hurt at some point.
No, he's been
Chris,
good.
Sonny Gray.
Sonny Gray's had a nice year for the Cardinals.
I said Jackson Churios. Not gonna happen.
Jackson has not lived up to the Rookie of the Year billing.
He started out okay, but that's it for our picks. We
All
did
right,
that
very
way
good.
quicker than I thought we were going to do.
You did that very nicely. Well done.
I have
That's about
7 minutes of content if you would like.
I got something on baseball.
Okay,
that
let's
I
go.
wanted to
Mine was baseball too, but
carry
you go.
on to. Maybe
You
it's
go.
the same thing.
Okay.
Bradford Doolittle.
No.
Not my favorite guy. ESPN staff writer. Just because I don't really agree with a lot of the stuff he writes. I don't know him at all. And Skraby tells me that because of the way I talk about him on this show, he'll never come on.
No, he'll come on, but I just don't feel comfortable
You think I'll just make fun of
leading him
if
into
he-
a trap.
Well, the thing with Doolittle is he's all about the analytics, and I can't, I don't mind using analytics as part of the equation.
Yeah, I don't mind
I don't
that
like
either.
it, the whole equation. But he wrote a pretty good article here, and I like this because this goes back to last year's trade deadline and revisits all of the trades that were made last year. And now we see which ones were good and which ones weren't. And I think that's interesting because at the time, we never really think about what these teams give up to get guys.
Yeah.
And we always think that if you make a bunch of acquisitions, it's going to pay off. And that's just not the case. So let's revisit some of the trades that were made last year. The Texas Rangers got lefty Jordan Montgomery from the Cardinals
That was a good one.
for John King, Tekoa Roby, and Thomas Sagis. Now, Jordan Montgomery left the Rangers, but not until he helped them win a World Series. I would say that was a pretty good trade for the Rangers, even though they gave up 3 prospects, none of whom have yet made it.
Yeah.
The Rangers acquired Max Scherzer from the Mets. They got him for an infielder named Luis Angel Acuna.
Did they get
Don't
him
know
because of his last name?
I don't know. Acuna's in AAA right now. He's 22 years old. So, the Mets still could get something out of that. But again, Scherzer was part of what helped the Rangers win the World Series.
Was he?
A little bit, not a lot, but a little. The Rangers also acquired Aroldis Chapman last year, which he helped them in the World Series, pitched the 8th inning, etc. But they gave to the Kansas City Royals Cole Reagans, who this year was an All-Star.
Yep.
So that's
That
the
works out.
cost of that sometimes.
Oh, the Acuna, that is Ronald's little brother.
Okay. The Arizona Diamondbacks last year, do you remember who they acquired at the trade deadline?
Tommy Pham.
Tommy Pham. That helped them quite a bit get all the way to the World Series. Jeremy Rodriguez went to the Mets there. Haven't seen much from him. Diamondbacks acquired Paul Sewald from Seattle.
That worked out for him.
Worked out. Helped them get to the World Series. Their closer. They had to give up Josh Rojas, Dominic Canzone, and Ryan Bliss. none of whom have done a whole lot for the Mariners yet.
The only name I recognize is Rojas.
Orioles got Jack Flaherty from the Cardinals, 3 prospects. Flaherty didn't really pitch much and didn't pitch well for the Orioles. He was 6.71. Now he's gone. So really, even though that can only be a loss for the Orioles, if any of the 3 Cardinal prospects now end up panning out.
Yeah.
Astros got Kendall Graveman from the White Sox for catcher Corey Lee. That's kind of it doesn't mean much.
Yeah, it doesn't mean much either way.
Padres, not going to like this one, Padre fans. Cover your ears or whatever. Padres acquired Rich Hill and G-Man Choi from the Pirates. Doesn't really even matter who we gave up there. It's going to get an F.
Yeah.
And that's the grade that Doolittle gave it. The ones that we did give up, Alfonso Rivas, pitcher Jackson Wolf. Remember, he started a
He's
game
back
last
with the team.
Back with what, the Padres?
Yeah.
And outfielder Estuar Suero.
Oh,
Suero.
yeah, duh. I was thinking Estuary Ruiz.
No, Estuar Suero. Those are the look. On the surface, it didn't cost the Padres anything. The problem was Rich Hill helped cost the Padres a chance to go to the playoffs by having an 8.23 ERA.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Every time he took the mound, it was at least 6 runs.
And G-Man Choi
barely played.
Hit 0.65.
Did he have? He had 2 hits.
I think so. So those 2 acquisitions hurt the Padres last year. Couple more here. Blue Jays acquired Paul DeJong from the Cardinals. Neither here nor there. DeJong is now with the White Sox, and nobody cares what you're doing with the White Sox. Cubs got infielder Jeimer Candelario from Washington. Candelario's now gone.
Yeah, so that doesn't work.
And the Nationals got a pitcher named DJ Hers, a lefty who started against the Padres earlier this year. Tampa Bay acquired pitcher Aaron Savali from Cleveland. Savali's now with Milwaukee. See, this is what happens. You acquire a lot of these guys, and then they don't stay around because they're rentals. In the case of Savali, he wasn't a rental.
Yeah.
He started the year with Tampa Bay and got traded. Dodgers acquired Lance Lynn and Joe Kelly from the White Sox.
Did not work.
Didn't work. Lance Lynn gave up how many home runs in that last playoff game?
I don't know,
I think
but it
5.
was a lot.
At least 4 in a row. I mean, it was unbelievable.
And I can't stand Joe Kelly, so.
I can't either. Trace Thompson, Nick Nastrini, Jordan Leisure went to the White Sox. Don't know what they're doing because I don't follow the White Sox. But anyway, that's kind of a look back at some of the moves that were made last year. A lot of them worked out.
Yeah.
Some of them didn't. But, it's just interesting because now in the next 2 weeks before the trade deadline, everyone's going to make these big moves. And most of us are going to think the team that made the biggest splash are the teams that are going to win. It doesn't always work.
It doesn't.
And the Padres are a perfect example of that.
They did the whole Juan Soto, Brandon Drury, Josh Bell thing that didn't. I mean, it got into the NLCS, so it somewhat worked out.
I would say that worked. Although now there's a lot of people that are saying, the Padres gave away way too much.
I don't think
as they
so.
watch C.J. Abrams play in the All-Star game and James Wood come up to the major leagues. What's he done so far, by the way?
I think he's hit a couple home runs, maybe 1 home run.
Has he?
I will say this about C.J. Abrams and James Wood. They weren't going to help the Padres get to the NLCS in 2022.
And that's kind of the argument for the Padres.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. Chris vs. the Fans is coming up next. Yesterday, Sammy did a celebrity Chris vs. the Fans and went out quickly. Left us with a whole segment to fill.
Every time we have Sammy play that game, we have a whole segment to fill.
We'll
but no, I appreciate him for being there.
We'll see what happens today. 833-288-0973. Hey, the happy hour moves up a little earlier today because this is the final hour of our show today. Coming up at 5 o'clock, it'll be our Padres Roundtable, weekly Padres discussion. Commercial free for an entire hour. Padre fans, if you missed it earlier today, 10 a.m., play it again for you at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Myself, Ben and Woods, Annie Nelston, all breaking down the first half of the Padres season and looking ahead to the second half. That is at 5 o'clock. But we still have an hour to go on this program. It's called Gwynn and Chris. Crisello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby. Tony's on his way to Cleveland. Should be arriving there soon, by the way. Keep saying he's on his way. They might already be there. Want to be accurate, Skraby. Not the bearer of misinformation.
That's true. Good for you.
Skraby is back after a long hiatus, 48 hours. He's on a sick bed, and now he's back. What was wrong, by the way?
I have no idea.
Just overall sickness?
On Monday, I started feeling terrible during the show, and then I developed this massive headache, and then on Tuesday morning, I woke up and stomach wasn't right. There you go.
So you'd say mostly stomach?
Yeah, the stomach wasn't the biggest problem. It was more of like the massive headache and the chills and the sweats and all of that.
That's a lot.
It was. The chills were... And no, I did not have COVID, everybody. I know
you didn't. Did you
I
you
tested,
test?
yes. Just to make sure, because of the chills, the last time I got COVID 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, the chills were just
when you gave it to me, and the only time I've ever had it,
I did.
The chills was what I had to go through.
No, the chills was brutal with COVID, and these chills were kind of like that. So I thought maybe I should test, but I'm
not trying to start a panic here, but my wife's radio station, I think she told me yesterday, 11 people are out right now.
With COVID?
With COVID.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, God, don't even start getting me to think, God, I get scared. I don't want to go through that ever, ever, ever.
Well, we don't have many people here, so
we can't have 11 people out at our place because we don't have 11 people in the building. Good point, Skraby.
Thank you for asking that.
All right, chance for you to get yourself to Las Vegas. Coming up right now, qualification for the trip to the Rio. Includes a 2-night stay, dinner for two, and a day bed at the Rio pool. The Rio Las Vegas, it's back, baby. New ownership, newly remodeled rooms, 4 sparkling new pools, and a brand new food hall, which is where I would spend most of my time.
Me too.
It's all ready for you now, and that's why we both do SD Outlaws.
Yeah, that's true. We spend our times at food halls.
Yeah, all ready for you now and your next Vegas escape beyond the expected, beyond the strip, beyond your wildest dreams. I don't know. That might be pretty crazy if it was beyond your wildest dreams, because who knows where that could go. It's the Rio Las Vegas. The Rhythm of Vegas. Book now at riolasvegas.com. Time for the game.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the Fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, the rules. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question, or you win. And if you're a first-time player, let us know before you get into the first question, and you'll get that question for free today. All right, let's get to it. Let me pull up the phone screener. Let's see. I guess we have to go with Brandon in El Cajon because he was the first caller on the line.
Put him on.
So, Brandon, hello, sir.
What up, baby? Glad you're feeling better.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brandon. Appreciate that.
You know, I want to say one thing about Brandon.
Okay.
He's on this game. He plays often, and he's a good player. He's always very kind. I think that's nice.
He is. He's very nice.
A lot of people come on, and then, it's like we're bothering them. Like, are you ready to play there, Bill?
Yeah,
whatever, let's go.
Yeah,
but Brandon's always very polite. I like that.
All right. Brandon.
Well, thank you.
Doesn't mean I want to beat him, but, he's polite.
Here we go, question number 1. What Mrs. Doubtfire-looking golfer told Tiger Woods to retire?
I don't know the first name. I know the last name is Montgomery, I think.
I'll take it.
Good enough.
I'll take it. Whoops, I gotta put this thing up. There goes the miss button.
Colin Montgomery is his name. Monty.
Yeah.
The Mrs. Doubtfire-looking golfer.
He always made me feel like I had a shot in golf because he was.
He could play.
He was a very.
He was,
He was a very overweight man playing golf.
Not in great shape, but had a look. He finished second in like 3 majors.
He did. He
just
was a
never won
really
one.
good golfer.
Oh
for
yeah.
sure.
No, he was good. He just never got one.
All right, here we go, Brandon. Question number 2. And I know that Brandon. This is a question for Brandon. Terrell Owens played for 6 NFL teams. Name 3 of them.
That's it?
Yeah.
I think you should name all 6.
Brandon might be able to. So, Brandon, if you can do it, go for it. But just name 3 of them.
Let me start with the 3. The Niners, Cowboys, and Eagles.
Okay.
Bills,
Okay.
Bills.
Bengals,
Mm-hmm.
Seahawks.
Bengals.
Wow, he got all of them.
He did?
Yes, the Seahawks were his last team.
I don't even
which is
remember
kinda
those.
Crazy.
Yeah, you know what? Naming 3 was about right because Bills, Bengals, Seahawks.
Yeah, I remember
I
the
don't remember
Bills. I
that.
remember the Bengals. I don't remember the Seahawks.
Yeah.
We
Very
have
good.
a question about T.O. in the Big Five because he's angry at Tom Brady for something.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
it's about time. It's been about 10 years since I've heard from T.O. So
Yeah. 10 years too
good
soon.
for him to check in.
All right, Brandon, you get this one right, or Chris gets it wrong, and you are qualified for Las Vegas. Here we go. Since 2010, what pitcher has thrown the most innings in a single season with 251?
Somebody has that many?
Yes.
I'm shocked by that.
I got 2 names that come to mind. I'll go with Kershaw.
Kershaw. Stay there, Brandon. Stay there, Brandon.
What is it? 251?
251 innings in a single season.
How about I got 2-2, but Kershaw's not one of my guys. I got Verlander or Scherzer, and I'll go Verlander.
Verlander.
Oh,
Brandon,
I got
nice
lucky.
playing. Thank you for
Sorry,
representing
Brandon.
the chat.
Good to have you on as always, Brandon.
Yeah. C20 says he remembers doing T.O. doing sit-ups in his driveway. I remember that as
Yeah,
well.
that was about the last we heard from him.
All right, we go back to a new contestant. Brandon, taking us all the way to question number 3. As expected, here we go to Gavin. How are you, Gavin?
What's up, Skraby? Welcome back.
Thank you very much, sir. You are ready to go. I know you're not a first-time player, so here we go. What number does Bronny James wear in the Summer League?
Repeat question.
Oh, that's a repeat.
Yeah, don't give it to him.
All right, sorry.
That was one from
Thank
the
you.
other day.
Sorry, Gavin. We're going to go with another one. What WNBA player broke the WNBA record with 19 assists last night?
Caitlin Clark.
There you go. Pretty much,
Caitlin
Clark is the answer to all. And Angel Reese, if I were to ask him. Here we go, question number 2. Which player was the player to be named later in the trade that brought Mike Clevenger to San Diego?
Oh, we just talked about this.
We did.
It's not easy, but we did talk about it today.
I don't know, Chris. You got me.
Yeah, the only reason I got you is because we went over it today. I
Yeah.
wouldn't have you otherwise, but Matt Waldron was the other player there.
Thank you, Gavin.
But
Appreciate you
it cost
playing.
us Josh Naylor, so Cleveland got their share in that trade also.
They got him.
For sure.
All right, let's go to... All right, I'm deleting questions just so I don't ask the same question twice.
All right.
Here we go to Brad. Hello, Brad.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not too much. Here we go. Question number 1. What golfer rudely ignored the media after his U.S. Open collapse?
I don't know anything about golf. I'll go with Rory McIlroy.
There he is a rude guy. You picked the right guy. You picked the right guy. Rude Rory.
You know, Brooks Koepka doesn't do interviews unless it's through text message, but Rory's the rude one over here.
Rude Rory. That's what they call him.
I hope he embraces this villain role that people are creating for him because it would be better for him.
I created it for him a long time ago.
Yeah,
Just
but
others are starting to see my way.
All right, here we go. Question number 2. Justin Upton played for.
This was also used.
Gosh.
Well, I'm not trying. I mean,
No, I know you're doing it. It's just like now I don't have any questions. Which AL West pitcher has thrown the most innings in baseball so far?
this year.
Yes, this year.
Oh, this is a this year question.
Yeah.
What division
AL
is
West pitcher.
Most innings in
Most
baseball.
innings in baseball.
That's a tough one.
I will give another hint. He was in town here recently.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
You're just practically giving it away.
Am I?
Was it Logan Gilbert for
See,
Seattle?
I think you gave
It
it
sure
away.
was.
I don't
Did
think
I
you
give
would've
it
got
away,
that
Brad?
otherwise.
Did I
That's
give it
all
away?
right. He'll take it.
No, but I heard Gilbert was mentioned earlier today. So
He
Yeah,
was.
there you go.
Yeah, Logan Gilbert's having a big day on the show.
This game has turned into, like, you have to know how to play Chris vs. the Fans to
That's
play
part of it.
Chris vs. the Fans. All right, here we go. Question number 3. What catcher has the most home runs of all time in Major League history?
Catcher.
Catcher.
As a catcher. Is that
As
what
a
you're
catcher,
saying?
yeah.
Okay.
As a catcher.
I'm sure there are some older guys, but I'm gonna go with Mauer.
Joe Mauer.
Joe Mauer.
Sorry about that.
He is going into the Hall of Fame Sunday, but he's not
Stay
the
here.
correct answer.
Stay here.
Johnny Bench is way up there, but I'm going to take a wild guess and say that Piazza passed him.
Piazza, you say?
Piazza, yeah.
I think there may be some controversy on this one. Wait, no, I'm sorry. You are incorrect. Brad is the winner. Stay right there,
is it
Brad.
Carlton Fisk?
It's not.
Oh.
Someone named Jimmy Fox.
Jimmy Fox is not a catcher.
When I looked it up on Baseball Reference, they
No.
listed him as the top hitting catcher amongst home runs of all time.
Here's the thing. Jimmy Fox was not even might have caught one game, if that. I'm going to look Jimmy Fox up. He's not. I'm going to give the championship to Brad.
Okay.
That's okay.
I didn't know who Jimmy Fox was. I just looked up who has the most home runs as a catcher in Major League history.
That is not true. I don't know how you looked that up and came up with that answer. Jimmy Fox, he caught like briefly early in his career, mostly a first baseman though.
All right.
He hit 534 home runs. Jimmy Fox did.
He did. That's why he's
a three-time MVP.
So who's second on your list? Do you know?
I think the question is, who hit the most home runs as a catcher while playing the catcher position, and I think that's Piazza, but it could be Johnny Bench because Johnny Bench hit some while he was playing third base, and that was where that gave the title to Piazza. Let me see, most home runs all time by a catcher. Brad, stay there, by the way, because you're Mike Piazza. Most home runs by a catcher, 396.
All right.
Piazza would be the right answer.
The chat is yelling at me, but he did catch. So
Jimmy
he
Fox
put him
caught,
on the list.
yes, but that's.
I know it's
he's not
a real
really known
answer.
as a catcher.
All right.
So he filled in every now and again at that position.
Yeah,
but
good
Brad,
job,
it's a good win for you. Stay on the line. Congratulations. I want to check some traffic.
Okay.
And then when I come back, ESPN did a list today, and they finished it off. It is the top 100, 1 through 100, greatest athletes of this century, 21st century. I am almost positive ESPN got it wrong with who they picked number 1.
Oh, wow. I disagree.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
we'll explain who it is and why we think what we do when Gwynn and Chris continues after traffic.
From the
All right, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. 4:21 is the time. Chris, hello. Tony Gwynn Jr. in Cleveland. Padres will play there starting tomorrow. Sam Levitt's pregame show is about 23 hours away. You'll catch it at 3:10 tomorrow afternoon ahead of the first game of the second half. We're here till 5 o'clock, and then it's the Padre Roundtable. Mentioned that ESPN finished off its countdown today, ranking the top 100 pro athletes of this century. Now, ESPN did the very same thing at the end of last century. Top athletes of the 20th century.
Yes, I always get the centuries confused.
Right, the 20th century, number one there was Michael Jordan, followed by Babe Ruth. I really think they should rethink the Babe Ruth thing.
Seriously.
But Babe was the guy at the time.
Are they basing this on their athletic ability, or are they basing this on popularity?
Top athletes, just I think everything was involved.
Okay.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali was third. I thought Ali would win, frankly. I would have also voted for Jackie Robinson at the time. I think he finished 15th. Anyway, Michael Jordan was the guy. So ESPN has decided, to let us all argue about this stuff again. And they've come up with their top athletes of this century.
So only 24 years.
Only 24 years, but who's the best athletes of this century? I'm going to give you the top 10 in no particular order. And then you see if you can figure out who they picked as number one or who you would pick as number one, okay?
Okay.
You already know, so I'm giving this out to the listeners. In no particular order, LeBron James is on this in the top 10. Serena Williams is in the top 10. Let's see. Tom Brady is in the top 10. It's pretty good.
One right there.
Simone Biles, gymnast, in the top 10.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant, not bad. He's in there.
Yeah.
Roger Federer
has to be.
Is in there. Michael Phelps, the swimmer, is in there.
Okay.
Pot user, Michael Phelps.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just kidding.
that was out
I know. That was not fair.
That was not fair.
And I think I left out two more. Tiger Woods.
Oh, that's a good one.
And Usain Bolt.
That's also
so
a
the
great
top
one.
10's pretty good. All those 10, you can almost make a case for any of them. But if you asked me, and see, the thing that happens on lists like that, you have to decide what you're putting the most importance in. Is it Tom Brady's 7 Super Bowl championships? I mean,
I think that's pretty good.
He's the best winner of all of them.
I think that's pretty good.
Is it Tiger Woods winning 15 majors, being number one in golf for 281 consecutive weeks
now
and 680 weeks overall?
I want to know when. Like, I know that he won his first Masters in 97, so that doesn't count.
Yeah, I see what you mean. He has 13 major wins in this century.
Okay, well, that's still amazing.
Yeah. Tiger Woods. Usain Bolt is the fastest guy in the history of sports.
I feel like we're going to keep getting faster, so
you wouldn't have considered him necessarily. Federer and Serena, both phenomenal in their sports. Messi, worldwide accomplishments in soccer. But they didn't choose any of those as the number one. They chose 28, and that is a lot, 28-time Olympic medalist, 23-time gold medalist, Michael Phelps, as the greatest athlete of this century. Thank you very much.
You wanted that.
I wanted that. Now I disagree.
Okay, you said you
agreed.
This is why I agree, because he did it over such a long period of time, and
true.
And
I guess all of his Olympics were in this century.
And he didn't. Yeah, I guess so, because he didn't. I don't know that he swam in the Australia one in 2000.
Yeah, I don't remember when he started. He won 8 gold medals at Beijing in 2008. But ended up with 23 gold medals. That's ridiculous.
I also think the Olympics, when you're that dominant, it's so much harder to do. Because think about it. He had 12 years in between the time he started, if we're saying 2008 was the first time, until the last time he won medals.
Here's my problem with Michael Phelps being number one overall.
Let's hear it.
I'm going to get some pushback out there. But let you know before I say this, that I swim 3-4 times a week.
Oh,
I
God.
love swimming.
Oh, I'm going to push back.
But here's my thing. He's a swimmer. That doesn't rate with a great NBA player. That doesn't rate with a great golfer. That doesn't rate even with a great soccer player. It doesn't rate with the greatest football player ever.
That's athletic,
He's a
though.
swimmer.
Swimming is athletic.
I can't give it to Michael Phelps over Tom Brady. I can't give it to him over Messi. And I can't give it to him over Tiger Woods. Those are my three.
I think Tiger might be the number one just because he was so incredibly dominant.
Come on, the guy invented the sport practically. I don't know. It's a great thing to argue about. Here's how their top 10 broke down, by the way. I gave them to you in no particular order before. Kobe was number 10.
Which he didn't do enough in the century. I think that he was done playing by like 2015.
Well, he was an 18-time All-Star.
Okay, well,
and he was 15 times All-NBA.
Okay, well, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Number 9 was Usain Bolt. Now, again, he didn't win 23 gold medals, but he broke the biggest record out there, and it still stands.
Mm-hmm.
His record in the 100. Number 8, Tiger Woods. No way. And I know that the secret history of Tiger Woods maybe brought him down.
I didn't even consider it, but I should have.
Simone Biles is number 7. I'm probably overlooking Simone.
Me too.
And what she's done. She's a 7-time Olympic medalist. I don't see how she compares on this list, but I'm not taking away how good she is.
It's funny, Katrina just put on the chat, I'm going to throw in Simone Biles. Even with her yips, she is unstoppable.
Well, there you have it. Number 6 is Federer, which is interesting because he's ahead of Djokovic, even though Djokovic has more Grand Slams.
But I think more people like Federer.
They did. Number 5, Brady. Again, I don't know. He's the greatest winner in the history of the biggest sport in this country.
Football's too much of a team sport.
Okay. LeBron's 4th.
I'm surprised not higher.
I know. 19 times All-NBA. Kobe was 15. Messi's 3. Serena, 2, with 23 major championships. You know, the greatest female athlete of all time is Serena Williams. So that's, bears some, scores her some points.
It does.
And then Phelps, number 1. Here's the interesting, there's a lot of interesting things. And you can look at this up on
ESPN.
ESPN.
Another thing about Michael Phelps that I think is kind of crazy is that he did it against the best in the entire world. Tom Brady.
So did Tiger.
Well,
right?
Yeah, but golf wasn't known as like a international sport as much as it is now.
Okay.
There's more international winners now than there were when Tiger was playing. Tiger forced people into the gym, Chris, because they didn't think they were going to be able to keep up with him.
Wait a minute. Tiger Woods forced people to the television set as well.
Oh, yeah, he did all of it.
He's the greatest. Other than Jordan, I think he's the most popular athlete of all time. But maybe I have to catch myself because of the crap that came along with him at the end.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That must be what's dragging him down on this list.
It could be. But I think Michael Phelps is a good selection.
The top baseball player on this list is 24th. I think that's kind of an interesting nugget. There's 23 athletes ahead of Albert Pujols.
What? I thought it was Tony Gwynn Jr.
Wait a minute. I haven't gone down that far yet. Mike Trout is 30th.
Okay, so he doesn't...
I'm surprised Trout's not number 1 out of everything, the way they rate
just the
this
way
guy.
everything goes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised Paul Skeens didn't make the list just because of what he's been doing for the sports world.
Skeens might be on there next week.
By the way, we have the All-Star game on in studio just replaying on MLB Network. Paul Skeens is pitching. There is a guy with a Skeens jersey with his entire back turned to Paul Skeens while he's pitching in the game. Like, he's not even paying attention. Why pay $500 for that ticket behind home plate? I digress.
You did. I like to go down to the bottom of these lists. Number 100 is Charles Woodson, football player.
This would be an incredibly hard thing to rank.
It would be really hard after you got past number 20.
Yeah, how do I rank who's 75th over who's 70th?
Yeah.
They're all the same at that point.
All right, enjoy that if you want to go check all that out. But Phelps is the greatest athlete of this century, according to ESPN. Our great show continues with the Big Five on Gwynn and Chris next.
Gwynn and
Howdy. Welcome back. 4:35 is the time. Chris Ello. Tony Gwynn Jr. in Cleveland. Catch up with him tomorrow. Make sure you're with us right at 2 o'clock tomorrow because we have a very quick show, only an hour. Logan Gillespie will be our Friar Friday interview to kick off the second half of the Padres season before they take on the Guards.
I have a random question.
I still don't like that name.
It's whatever.
I know there's nothing I can do about it.
I was just watching the All-Star game. Marcus Semien took off his hat, looked at the scouting report, and put it back in. Who's in charge of the scouting reports, you think?
For the All-Star game?
You think it's it's not like they don't have enough going on. Like the staff of each manager does it?
Pretty sure Bochy.
You think Bochy's in his office, stayed up late, crunching numbers about who's going to go where?
Not only the information, but he actually drew out the actual sheets. Bochy's,
he hand wrote each sheet.
I'll tell you how involved Bochy is in all of the All-Star stuff. I remember...
Showed up, basically?
I remember after the Padres made the World Series in 98, he was a skipper.
Yeah.
In 99, he had to pick the All-Star reserves.
Okay.
Craig Elston told him to select Scott Williamson, a reliever for the Cincinnati Reds.
Okay.
Because Bochy needed a last-minute replacement.
Okay.
Scott Williamson was selected.
Wow.
Yeah.
Craig Elston got a
to this
lineup.
day, Scott Williamson probably doesn't know that Craig Elston chose him for the All-Star game that year.
The midday show needs to make, what's the guy's name?
Scott Williamson.
They need to get him on the show and let him know.
Let him know.
I guess that is kind of awkward. Hey, come on our show so I can tell you I got you on the All-Star team.
I will say this. I wasn't there, but that's the way the story goes. That, Bochy was like, I don't know, anybody? Craig's like, yeah, Scott Williamson be a good pick.
Sold.
And he ended up on the team. So,
wow. All right.
There you go. All right, what's, we got the Big Five.
We do.
After traffic.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Well, guys, a grass fire burning on the Miramar base has got some lane closures along the 52. Now, westbound side closed between 163 and Convoy. Trinity Road on-ramp to West 52 is blocked. Also, southbound 163 and South 15 connectors to the 52 remain blocked at this time. Looks like about 5 acres have burned. Crash clearing on southbound 805, Mira Mesa Boulevard, and car fire to clearing stage northbound side of the 5, just past Carmel Mountain Road. It's all over the right shoulder. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
Before we get into the Big Five, I have to say this, Chris. I have a huge announcement on the Skraby show at 6:20-ish tonight.
The Chronicles return tonight.
Yes, I'm very disappointed.
I keep mentioning that we've got the roundtable at 5 o'clock. I'm forgetting to mention that you're back with another edition of the Chronicles at 6.
It's really annoying because I actually did have some fun things planned for this week, and they're not going to happen. But anyway, I do have a big announcement at 6:20. I think people know what it's all about, but you got to tune in at that time to get the announcement. So stick around.
Not everybody knows what it's all about, but if you're a Skrabinator,
you know what it's about.
Then you know what it's all about.
You know what it's all about.
All right.
Thank you for that time.
Number 5.
Now I got to get back to my sheet. All right. I guess MLB is doing a rivalry week in 2025 from May 16th through the 18th.
Gee, guess who we're playing?
Who do you think?
Mariners.
Yes.
Of course.
So May 16th through the 18th is the week, and I'm hoping the tweet that I found is correct, but this is a thing, and so basically it's geographic rivals and like actual rivals. So I immediately thought, okay, Padres are going to play the Dodgers. No. Chris was
Dodgers
right.
will play the Giants.
Dodgers will play the Angels.
Oh, okay.
The Giants are going to be playing the A's.
Oh, yeah. In Sacramento?
In Sacramento in that 110-degree heat. The Tigers got to go to Toronto for theirs.
How is that a rivalry?
But now here is one of the biggest rivalries I think I've ever seen in my life. The Rockies and the Diamondbacks. Huge rivalry.
It's bigger, at least, than Padres Mariners. At least Rockies Diamondbacks are in the same division.
Yeah.
Baseball,
they're trying too hard.
They are. Don't give us a rivalry week. There's no such thing.
Okay, here's the most egregious one of them all, Chris.
Okay.
If you're the Red Sox, there is only one team you are allowed to play during a rivalry week, and that is rivalry is a very hard word for me to say. Yankees.
But the Yankees have to play the Mets.
The Braves are going to be playing there's no rivalry there whatsoever.
The only rivalry there you can maybe make a case for is that the Braves originally were in Boston.
Yes.
But that was about 100 years ago, so I don't think that's,
this is pretty terrible.
That's it. They're just trying too hard. No need.
Trying way too hard.
No need.
Just give us what we want. Put the Dodgers and the Padres together, put the Yankees and the Red Sox together, and then match up the other teams with their rivals. I don't even know who they are, but do it. So there.
Just don't do it in the first place is the better
answer. I like
answer.
the idea. It's like college football. There's a rivalry week. I tune into Alabama-Auburn because of rivalry week.
Yes, but those are real rivalries to tune into. These others are not.
Yes, I'm going to move on so I don't say the word rivalry anymore. Lionel Messi faced calls on Wednesday to apologize for racist chants made by Argentina's players after they won the Copa America. An Argentinian government official said Messi, who is the team captain and the president of the country's soccer federation, should apologize after a video was shared on social media showing members of Argentina's triumphant squad singing a racist chant about French players with African heritage. Midfielder Enzo Fernandez said he was, quote-unquote, truly sorry for the incident, and his Premier League club Chelsea said it had begun disciplinary action describing they're throwing word bombs at me. Disciplinary action describing discriminatory behavior as completely unacceptable. Chris, should Lionel Messi apologize? And by the way, they did not catch Messi doing any of this, but no one knows for sure.
Messi's going to have to pick it up here and say something. This shouldn't happen in the first place, and I don't want to say I'm tired of people apologizing, because apologizing sometimes is all that's left. But I would like it a lot more if these people would think themselves through before they start taunting racially at all.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. When are we going to... When? I have to say when, because we're not there. When are we just going to be able to move on from this racial thing? And I know that there's people out there saying, Chris, you're naive, because it exists everywhere.
It does, yeah.
But I still keep trying to hope that it would go and finally we'd move past it. But incidents like this remind us. So, yeah, Messi better chime in. He's got to.
Now, this is a really poor choice of example, but it's the only thing I can think of. Who apologized to the Dodgers when the Craig Kershaw went up on the board?
Who?
Bob Melvin did. Apologize to the Dodgers for that. It's the leader of your team has to do it, and he's the leader of the country soccer federation. He's got to say something, either to denounce it or I don't know what he could say other than we were wrong.
Denouncing would be a good start, and saying that they're going to take a pretty good look into this, and maybe have some penalties for the ones who did this. I'm tired of it. That stuff.
Me too.
Number 3.
All right, we talked about Terrell Owens in the Chris vs. the Fans, and we have a topic here today. Terrell Owens was on the Bubba Dub show, Chris.
Which one?
Bubba Dub.
Bubba Dump?
Bubba Dub. I know there's going to be someone on the chat that's like, Bubba Dub's great. I've never heard of Bubba Dub. He might be great. Never heard of him before.
Sure.
But T.O. was on there, and he said that he attempted to contact Brady to ask for a chance to play for the Bucks in the playoffs back when I think it was 2021. Brady ignored him. Owen said, Tom Brady ignored me. The year that AB went crazy, they just needed somebody to fill some holes with AB leaving at the receiver position. I reached out to him through Randy and some other people just to come in and play third down in red zone situations. This dude ignored me. Just shows you the lack of respect there. But when they get in front of you, they want to act like they respect you. End quote. Keep in mind the last time that Terrell Owens played in an NFL game before 2021 was 2012. So 9 years removed from the NFL. I'm up first. Does Tom Brady have the right to ignore T.O.? I want to say no, but I'm going to say yes. T.O. is just begging to be on the team. If he gets on the phone with Tom Brady, how do you think that conversation goes? No, T.O., you're not going to be on the team. But Tom, I could run the 40 and 4.46. Let me on the team. I can still catch balls. No, I think he has the right to ignore T.O. What do you think, Chris?
Let's move on. I'm just going to ignore T.O. myself.
Oh, wow.
As a way of answering that.
Okay. Terrell
But I will
Owens.
say this. If there's one athlete who might have been able to, strap on the pads and run a couple of routes 9 years after his career, T.O.'s always proven to be in remarkably good shape. I'll say that.
I always say,
but 9
if
years
no
removed
other teams are
seems a
signing the
few too
guy,
many.
then he's not good anymore. Because they will sign a guy who will make them better. But I like how he said AB went crazy. I still remember that day, like it was yesterday, Chris, when he ran off the field.
Oh, Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
I do, yeah.
Number 2.
It was against the Jets.
It was.
Yeah.
In the Meadowlands.
In the Meadowlands. And Scott Hansen was apoplectic about it.
He was like, I've never seen anything like this, which
what
no
the
one
hell
had
is
ever seen
going
anything
on?
like that.
Nobody knew what was happening.
So we're going to the MLS, and Kevin Sullivan broke Freddie Adu's longstanding record as the youngest player to feature for a senior MLS side when he took the field for the Philadelphia Union in their match against the New England Revolution yesterday.
Freddie Adu was only like 12 years old. How young was this guy?
Apparently younger.
My
Sullivan,
goodness.
who is 14 years, 293 days old, was called into
14.
the senior squad for the first time on Tuesday. He came on late in the second half to break the record held by Adu in a runaway 5-1 win for the Union. The young American signed the largest homegrown contract in Major League Soccer history on May 9th in a deal that stipulates Sullivan will transfer to English Premier League power Manchester City after he turns 18. So he's got 3-4 years here, and then he goes overseas to play for Manchester City. Chris, should a 14-year-old be playing professional sports?
There's some pitfalls. There are. There's things that you don't even think about out there. For example, when Kobe Bryant first signed with the Lakers and they'd go on the road, Kobe Bryant could not go out with anybody after a game, right?
True.
Couldn't go to a bar. He couldn't go anywhere. 14 is another level below that.
I guess we should say he's closer to 15 than he is 14.
Okay. This guy can't even drive to go.
You're right.
Take in a movie somewhere.
He can't even drive to the game. He has to get a ride with his mom.
But at the same time, I don't know. Kids are getting better. I mean, look, what are the golfers starting at now?
They're starting
younger
too.
and younger.
Yeah,
Tennis is getting younger and younger. There seems to be this big rush for everybody to start their careers, and I'll be the old guy on the lawn here, and it'd be nicer probably for 14-year-olds to enjoy life as a teenager. But if you're blessed with that kind of ability, and somebody's going to pay you for it, it's hard for me to sit here and say you shouldn't do it.
I'm going to take my chair and I'm going to put it right next to you on your lawn, Chris, because I feel like, okay, yeah, I'm a little bit of a, I'll just say it, lame-o for thinking this.
Lame-o.
I couldn't think of another word. But there's so much that he's missing in his own development as a human, right? I mean, he's not going to high school, or at least he's doing high school with a tutor or something. Like, I'm not saying that he needs to go to high school and have a high school experience, but those are important parts of people's lives. And he's going to maybe look back on it and say, I made the right decision. Maybe I didn't make the right decision. Maybe I should have stayed, played college or whatever. I don't know how good this guy is. Obviously, he's very good because they're paying him. But I think there's something wrong with a 14 and 3/4 year old playing professional sports in a professional locker room. I was not ready to be in a locker room with a bunch of different pros at the age of 14 and
Not
be a
too many of
teammate.
us would be.
Yeah, so I don't know. Let's see what the chat.
The team has to handle it, completely right with chaperones and people like that, to make it possible. But
yeah, people are saying they can
parents,
still go to school. I know, but how are they making friends? Are they making friends with a 32-year-old who's been in MLS for 18 years? Like, who is he making friends with? I'm worried about his upbringing, or not his upbringing, his development, Chris.
I'm
worried
sorry
about
that
it.
you're worried.
Number 1.
And I've never been offered millions of dollars to play a professional sport at the age
That's
of 14.
why I said what I said. I think on my lawn, I would say it's not the greatest. But again, if they're going to offer you all that money and you're blessed with that ability, nobody seems concerned about a 14-year-old singer having a song go on the charts or a 12-year-old actress winning an Academy Award.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
It's all part of the same deal, I guess.
That's a good point. After years of promises and more than $1 billion of investment, Paris's once filthy river is finally swimmable. Have you seen this, Chris? The mayor of Paris proved it just days before the opening of the Olympics on July 26th, or at least the Olympic deadline of July 26th. Journalists and spectators from around the world crowded banks and bridges of the Seine River. Is it Seine? Meant to look that up before.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the Seine River to watch Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo take a dip in its murky waters on Wednesday. She was accompanied by members of her cabinet as well as officials from the Olympic Organizing Committee. Now, if you didn't know, there's a little bit of an E. coli problem in the Seine River, Chris. And so many people were concerned about this river being used. Kind of similar to what happened in Brazil. There was a body of water that was kind of infected with stuff. My question is, are you jumping in that river to prove that it's safe? I guess I'm up first. No, I'm not jumping in that river.
Well, you're a germaphobe. So
well, that and I don't like.
It.
I don't like bodies of water because there could be a monster below me and it's going to get me.
I don't know. I saw Steven Spielberg promoting the amazing opening ceremonies of the Olympics, which are going to be on the Seine River. So, he made it sound pretty good.
All the people in France were making fun of her. They drew like these comic strips of her getting out of the river, and it would just be like all this radioactive material all over. Because everybody knows the Seine River is disgusting. Apparently, too, Chris, I read their like sewage system and their drainage is not great in Paris, so they had to fix that too.
Did you ever see the episode where Kramer goes swimming in the East River on Seinfeld?
If not,
yeah, that's me. I wouldn't care, honestly.
You would just jump in.
Jump in.
Even if
in.
It seems a little cold.
It's fine. I can shake that off.
You can shake off the cold. That's something I
might not be able to shake off the E. coli, but I'm going to risk it.
The E. coli might be a problem.
I'm going to risk it.
All right, that's it for the Big Five.
Thank you very much, Skraby. Good having you back today. It was not easy without you. The last couple of days, although, as we said, Frank did a nice job. Okay, we're just about done here. We've got, coming up at the top of the hour, another edition of the Padres Round Table.
Yes.
Which should be, well, it is a good one. I was part of it. I know exactly what happened during it. So that's coming up. And it'll be a commercial-free hour of Padre baseball talk.
I have an update on the soccer player. Mark on YouTube said his older brother is on the team. I think that does help a little bit.
That does help
It actually helps a lot.
I would think that, unless he doesn't like his older brother.
I know my brother probably would say that about me.
You're just assuming that these brothers get along.
I would assume if they're on the same team, they're okay.
Not guaranteed.
You will never see my brother and I on the same team when it comes to Thanksgiving
you
flag
and your
football.
brother are oil and water. Just setting the weekend schedule for you. Tomorrow, 4:10 in Cleveland. It's the Apple TV game. But it is what it is. Saturday, also 4:10. Cease will be on the mound Saturday. Sunday morning at 10:40. Next Monday, they're off, the Padres. That means we'll have a full show that Monday?
Yep.
Wow.
And a Skraby show.
That's Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, next Thursday morning, they play in D.C. at 9:05 a.m. My goodness. And then a week from Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Baltimore. Padres don't return home until Tuesday, July 30th for the Dodgers.
Kind of crazy.
I hope by then they're still in the hunt. That's what worries me about this road trip.
Stay with the Peloton.
Yeah, you got to stay with the group. We'll talk about it more tomorrow at 2 for Tony Gwynn Jr. and Matt Skraby. Stay tuned. Padres Roundtable next, then the Skraby Chronicles after that.
It's that time, Friar Faithful. Time to discuss everything going on with the Padres. We've gathered the entire 97.3 The Fan crew together to bring you the most in-depth discussion on the Friars in our weekly Padres Roundtable, presented by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. Here's your host, Ben Higgins.
No, your ears are not deceiving you. It is still the All-Star break, and yet we are here for another commercial-free 97.3 The Fan Padres Roundtable presented by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. And we got most of the crew in today, other than Tony Gwynn, who I believe is on his way to Cleveland for the start of the second half of the season. We've got Annie Heilbrunn all the way to my left.
Hello, Ben.
Hello, Annie. We've got Stephen Woods. We just finished 4 hours on the radio.
Hi, Benjamin.
Craig Elston in the middle, his usual spot. Hi, Craig.
Good to see you.
And Chris Zello right to my immediate left.
Ben Hameen.
All right, not much has changed in terms of record-wise other than 2 losses and a win since our last roundtable last Thursday. And we've really kind of gone through the first half of the season, I think, pretty well in the last few roundtables. However, I will say, I thought Craig and Annie, you did a great job like breaking down the best games of the first half and going through it. I was listening to your show this week. But I do want to ask one question, and I mentioned it to Woods on our show. Not best game, but what was your favorite moment, like singular moment from the first half of the season? If you could just like boil it down to one thing you really enjoy. Chris?
Oh, I think the biggest electricity bolt of the first half was Manny's 2-run home run against the Nationals after the incident with Profar. Profar's grand slam on top of it was icing on the cake, but for Manny to be able to answer that on the first pitch with a 2-run homer, man, that was electric. I mean, you're not supposed to cheer in the press box, but I was attempting to give Jeff Sanders of the UT a high five, and he was like, "What are you doing?" But I thought it was pretty cool.
That's a good one, Craig. But any other moments that come to mind from the first half?
You know what's funny? I'm going to just let everyone enjoy all the best answers for the baseball moments, because there's a big difference to me between like the best game and your favorite moment. My favorite moment was being at 3 a.m. at 7 Mile Casino in the dead of night.
Unreal.
And seeing that place completely slammed, wall to wall.
People went home that couldn't get in.
Literally. And to see just that level of excitement for this team in the middle of the night, in the middle of March.
Woods and I, we stayed at the Rambler, a little motel, and I remember like waking up to do the show at, what was it, like 2:30, and I see people streaming past my like door, like
couldn't
walking.
believe it.
Where are they coming from? There's a parking lot, at 7 Mile. It's like, no, it's already full. There are people waiting to get in for this opener. It was incredible.
Yeah, it's a great pull, Craig, because it just goes to show you how passionate people are in this town for this team, and they fill the ballpark every night. I had the same answer as you, but it was for a different reason. Obviously, the 2-run homer was great for Manny, but for me, it was honest to God, Manny grabbing Keibert Ruiz, because we have talked so much on our show the last 6 years about, man, do these guys ever stick up for each other? Like, ever? How many times has Tatis worn one or Manny worn 98 to the back? Nobody even attempted to get up over the railing. It was the first time I have seen a Padre stick up for another Padre. I felt, and I know it's probably recency bias, but to grab someone, push him away with a little bit of force and say, you're not doing that today. The home run was the icing on the cake, but it was just the fact that one of the guys came to the defense of the other guy. I love that so much. It was my favorite moment.
Annie, you have a favorite moment?
Luis Ariza's walk-off in his home debut.
What a great one.
That's second for me, but a great one. Real close. But to me, it was the same one that you had, the same game that you had, Chris. But Jurickson Profar's grand slam, only because it was like it encapsulated the kind of season that he's having. Yeah. Going to the All-Star game, huge clutch in the big moment, just kind of that storybook feeling for him.
One of the great things about baseball, though, is our enjoyment of it is not simply watching the team on the field. It's who we're watching it with and the context of the game, kind of like the 7 Mile Casino story that Craig told. And my favorite moment, we actually were celebrating my son's 21st birthday, had the whole family together. We were sitting in actually one of the cool suites behind home plate, and it just happened to be the game that Jeremiah Estrada struck out his 11th, 12th, and 13th batters in a row. And game was already pretty well in hand at that point, but he comes in and you could sense that the crowd kind of knew something special was going on, and he gets the first strikeout and just the volume starts to rise and people are starting to get to their feet. And then every successive pitch that is swung on and missed, it just gets more and more excited in the ballpark. And then he finishes it off because that was a save opportunity with the third strikeout, the major league record, 13th in a row. And everybody is going crazy. And we stayed until the end and the family was there. And it just turned that evening from already a really special family moment. It just took it to the next level. So I think that was actually my favorite moment from the first half
Really
of the
good
season.
one. Yeah,
It had to be that good to keep me there at the ballpark till the final out before I ran to my car to beat traffic. And I there was no way I was leaving. And you're right about the fan reaction that night. The fans really showed how savvy they were when he came into that game. There was a little bit of a buzz. And it was almost like people were telling people, no, you can't go home. You got to stay and watch this. And here's why. Whoops. I had a feeling that was going to happen.
He dropped his water bottle.
Little water.
It's okay.
But, as it continued to, ramp up, man, that was really something. And I almost liken that moment to the electricity in the playoffs of the Dodgers, just for a half an inning
for sure
of people being that excited.
There's been a lot of great games. I mean, so many good moments, so many more moments in 99 games than we got in 162 last year. It's not even particularly close. The record is not what we all hoped it would be. But, oh, my God, the moments that this team has given us so far have been outstanding.
I think we all know that the Major League Baseball draft is not the NFL draft or even the NBA draft in terms of talk and speculation and just churning things to discuss. However, Padres did make all the picks over the last week, 20 rounds total. Wanted to get some observations. If anyone had a particular player or something interesting from the draft that they wanted to share. I know this is kind of an open-ended question, Annie. But
Well, they chose the best names of anyone.
By far.
Kale Fountain. What were the Cash?
Kavaris Tears, my guy.
Yeah.
Don't forget about Brandon Butterworth.
Brandon Butterworth.
Birthday, whose mother, Mrs. Butterworth,
Correct.
is now coming to San Diego, hopefully.
I thought it was pretty much in line with what AJ Preller likes to do, right? And that's kind of, they take high school guys, they put a lot of faith into their scouting system, and we learned a lot about how he scouts this week. That article in the UT and him hiding and looking at
great.
Jackson Merrill, and
incredible.
So you figure, they've done their homework and they feel good about a lot of these guys, and then took quite a few college players as well. But I thought it also took a two-way player, so a little bit of a flyer here and there, and some stuff that I think AJ Preller likes to do. But I felt like it was pretty in line with the risk he likes to take.
Yeah, and we talked on our show about Kavaris Tears, and I was reading that write-up, what was it? The hellish raw power of Kavaris Tears, and I went, good God, hellish raw power. It's like that's the greatest write-up I've ever seen. I want somebody with hellish raw power on my team. Teach that kid how to hit off speed, and let's roll with Kavaris Tears. And yeah, arms, stock the farm, and that's what he does. And this is where he really thrives and has gotten progressively better, I think, over the last few years.
And we haven't even mentioned that they drafted someone nicknamed Sasquatch yet
yeah.
either.
Okay. I mean, I think the track record of AJ Preller as a drafter allows you to have confidence in whatever group of players he selects, that he's probably onto something, and he's at least found a couple of people who can get to the big leagues, and he's probably found a few more that'll be enticing as potential trade prospects. I guess the only takeaway I had was that there was no sign of an evaluator who was worried that this was going to be his last draft.
None at all.
None.
So it appeared to me that AJ Preller was working with the complete confidence that he would be there for a long time, taking high school kids with his first 3 picks.
Not to say that they did go with some college players later in the draft, and one that caught my eye because it is so rare that anyone drafted will make it to the big leagues in the first few months. But Tyson Neighbors, the reliever from Kansas State, there's almost an outside chance you could see him in like September with the San Diego Padres. If he shows enough, he's advanced enough, has the kind of stuff that could play pretty quickly in the big leagues. If they really had some need in the bullpen and wanted to advance someone quickly, that's a guy to keep your eye on, I think, over the next couple of months here.
I just got a alert on my phone. He's been traded.
Oh, all right.
I wouldn't be surprised if AJ trades 3 or 4 of these guys before
Don't get too attached is what you're saying.
Don't get too attached.
Don't settle in, guys. Don't buy a house anyway.
Yeah. But me with the draft. So that's my comment. Although I did enjoy your tweet about the kid who pitched a 4-hitter this year. And then you said, not in one game, the whole season he pitched a 4-hitter.
Yes.
More
So that
impressive.
sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know what the competition is like in the Oklahoma high school, rural Oklahoma high school
I think
circuit.
it's a fair question to ask.
It's pretty impressive, though.
Still, you
In
give up
any
4
league.
hits an entire season, you're doing something that was
Sounds pretty
0-30
good.
batting average against.
He literally struck out all but 17 of the hitters
Right.
that he faced in the
It's
season.
insane.
How do you feel if you're the one kid who actually
Got a knock
No,
on
there
him?
was a run scored off him. Like
yeah.
you drove
Yeah.
in a run off
Yeah.
of this guy. It's like that's your probably
It's the
baseball
old-
story
it's
for
the
a
old
lifetime.
joke that the guy pitched a perfect game, struck out 27, except gave up 1 foul ball.
Yeah.
And the scout said, well, where's the kid who hit the foul ball?
100%.
During the All-Star break, this is our 97.3 The Fan Padres Roundtable. Again, presented commercial-free by Roundtable Pizza, Pizza Royalty. Rob Manfred did his media news conference, state of the MLB thing. And one thing he talked about was the possibility, more than possibility, the plan to bring the automated strike ball system at least into spring training next year as a challenge model. We've talked about it a little bit in the past. Craig, I'll start with you. Your feeling on how Major League Baseball is proceeding very slowly and cautiously after 5 years of experimentation in the minor leagues of trying to bring the robot umpires to the big league level.
I think it's really smart to do it very slowly because there's going to be a collective groan when it begins from all the traditionalists. But I look at, for example, I know you did too. I watched the Wimbledon men's final on Sunday. They've had that Hawkeye system forever, and it's so quick. It's the guy says, "Okay, I'm going to challenge," and then beep, bop, boop, and then
Essentially
everyone
perfect.
sees it. Yeah, and it's wonderful. I expect this to be a challenge system when we get. I don't think it's just going to be a robot ump. I think it's going to be a human ump. Everyone's unions will remain happy, but there'll be there'll be a challenge system, and I think when it comes up, it'll be quickly implemented. And I think one of the reasons it'll be quickly implemented is because it's had enough time in the minors that there'll be enough players in the majors with experience with it.
Do you guys know, just sorry to interrupt, but do you know how it works exactly in the minors? Like we were talking about on our show, kind of laughing about
3 challenges.
All right,
I think you
guys.
get 3. Yeah.
Who?
For the whole game?
The catcher, the pitcher, and or the hitter.
So
like the hitter can feel the pitches outside, hear a called strike, tap his helmet, boom, challenge. If he's right, you
But
hang
you
on.
keep
to
it-
it.
you keep it if you're right?
Yeah, you
Okay.
keep it if you're right. Yeah. And then same thing, the pitcher or the catcher, or the pitcher could tell the catcher, and the catcher goes, "Okay, let's check that."
Let's check. Well, that
3
should have been a
total.
strike. But
That's
three
what I
wrong,
heard.
3 wrongs.
Yeah,
3 strikes and you're out.
3 strikes and you're out. Okay. Yeah, because I just pictured Mike Schilt before the game going, all right, we got 5 to work with, Manny. Don't. Luis, Luis, you're good. Yeah, green light for you. Jurickson. No.
We've seen you roll your eyes on too many strikes.
I
to waste
see
the
you guys
challenge.
a lot nodding your head after, it's clearly a strike on television. So I got a laugh out of that, just wondering, how many you get, how it's going to work. I think it's a great idea. I used to be a big, just get robots. And I've come around to the fact of that's not going to work either. So the challenge system is I think fair and takes some off the home plate umpire's plate, because it's as much as I rail against them, it's the hardest job that there is, calling balls and strikes at the big league level.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. When Xander was doing his minor league rehab, he called one of these. He in fact, the broadcaster was like, I've always wondered if an MLB rehabber would utilize the ABS challenge system in a AAA game. Xander Bogaerts did it. It was unsuccessful. And what's great is that the broadcaster was saying, I wonder if this is going to come back and haunt them later in the game. Is he not going to have a challenge? So I think it's going to be interesting to watch it, because I don't know all the rules exactly. I'm not even sure if that's out there, but I had heard 3 too, but I'm not sure exactly what Craig said. But how it's all going to work and get unraveled, but they'll all adjust, just like they did to the pitchers stepping off the mound and guys having batter timeouts, and they'll all adjust. But it's going to be interesting there for a while.
I'd be surprised if a single teammate or coach said a word to Xander Bogaerts about it, like, are you sure you wanted to use that challenge? No, it's fine, Xander. You can do whatever you want.
Like, oh, nice challenge, moron.
And it
Great.
was really quick.
You've really crushed this.
He
Yeah.
tapped it, and they said nope.
So, Craig, you brought up the slow implementation, the experimentation that they've done, and how people tend to be resistant to change. But, Chris, You're the most resistant to change, I think,
am.
of this group.
Yeah.
But the changes that Major League Baseball made, the pitch clock, the new rules that we all thought were going to be so difficult to accept, even you'd probably have to agree, went down pretty easily, actually.
Hard to believe that I railed against all of them.
Does that make you feel like it could be an easier transition to an automated strike zone as well?
Honestly, there was one pitch this year that changed my opinion on it, and it was the last pitch of the Arizona game when the Padres were rallying, and there was two guys on.
Yep.
And Cronenworth was left holding his bat. And that I thought to myself, if you had a challenge system, that's where it would be fair. But otherwise, I really have always felt that if it's close, swing, 2 strikes. That's what we're all taught.
Right.
We don't need an umpire. The other thing that I'm a little concerned with, and not to name drop, but I end up sitting with Mike Winters a lot, the former umpire up in the press box, and he's pointed out to me correctly that center field camera is not directly in line. It has to be off an angle a little bit so that we can see around the pitcher.
Sure.
It's much like when they show a check swing from the first base camera. That's not the same angle as the umpire has.
Right.
And we all go, how'd you miss that? But he's looking at something a little different. So, let's just make sure that when we're going to go to this challenge, that a strike is a strike. And that's going to be hard to do.
When they do catcher cam or umpire cam, that's when I'm like, all right, I need to shut up. Because it is just like that. And then I've just got to be like, strike or ball.
Yeah.
You never get a sense for it until they show you exactly what they see. And yes, it is incredibly hard. I know Tony has said he doesn't like the box. I like the box because it just gives me a frame of reference, and I've been watching the game forever and playing the game forever. It still gives me a little bit of a sense of reference, but we were talking about on our show, as long as the spirit of it stays the same, then I'm fine. The replays in baseball, yeah, we love them when they very clearly, this guy was safe by 3 feet. Like, what? They blew him. They're human. They're going to make mistakes. But it's the guy that slides into second base. His quad comes off the base for a split second, but you kept the tag on him. Oh, no, you're out now. That I disagree with. That's what bugs me about replay sometimes. But as long as they are able to do this, use the challenges, keep the spirit of it intact, I'm good with it.
I just think it's important to note, too, building off your point, Chris, that what they will use to determine the challenge will be the TrackMan or pitch FX
Not
data,
the TV box.
not the TV box,
correct.
nor the TV camera angle.
So what you're saying is that the viewer at home is going to see the ball a little off the box.
Yep.
Still get mad.
And
Still
then
get mad.
it's going to be a strike, and then they're going to challenge, and they're going to still call it a strike, and the viewer's going to go, whoa, wait a minute.
Well, hopefully
have
with
a 3D
when they
thing.
challenge it, it'll be like
The 3D
tennis, and they'll
thing.
have it down. And Rob
Okay.
Manfred said
Okay.
that in the
Yeah.
minors, where they don't have those TV boxes, it's accurate to 1/100th of an inch,
Wow.
which is a really
pretty accurate.
tight tolerance when it
Pretty
comes to accuracy, which is good enough in my mind to be
good
pretty
enough.
much
Good enough.
as accurate as you're ever really going to get it. Speaking of Rob Manfred, another topic from his press conference this week, the idea that a lot of Major League Baseball players would like to see the ability to compete for their country in the Olympics, maybe starting as soon as 2028 in Los Angeles. But Annie, this obviously comes with logistical nightmares to take a 2-week break maybe in the middle of the season with everybody going off to compete for their countries. What about training camps and
Not
extra
everybody.
time? Not everybody. Then you have a bunch of players who are just sitting around doing
Right.
nothing for
Right.
that time. Is there a way in your mind that they could make this work?
I think there is a way, but it's going to be a logistical nightmare, and you're going to have people that are unhappy on both sides of it, and then people that are thrilled to get to compete for their country in the Olympics. It's hard. I think it's hard to say to a player, you can't do that. You
Right.
can't go take this on. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity for a lot of them. At the same time, they are getting paid a lot of money by their club to be ready to make a playoff push, to keep themselves good for the whole season. So there's a lot of things they would need to iron out. The season is already very long. I don't know if you attach weeks at the beginning or the end. I don't think the owners are going to go for the whole losing money by taking out 15 games. So there's a lot to work through, but I think it could be cool if you could do it.
Chris, I know you and Tony were talking about this a little bit on your show this week, I believe. What kind of conclusions did you draw?
My conclusion is that you got to follow the money, and the money says that the owners will never give up games off their home schedule. And I think the nightmare of you can't extend the season much longer.
You can't.
You're going to go into late November, or you're going to start in early March. So I don't think it's going to happen. And I just think that it does sound pretty fun, but I look at the World Cup in soccer as the premier event. They do have an Olympic soccer tournament that I really don't think anybody cares about. So I don't know that the Olympic baseball tournament, if these guys were allowed to compete, you've already got the World Baseball Classic for that.
And is that overkill to have both a World Baseball Classic, Craig, and an Olympic tournament, meaning every 2 years you're going to compete internationally for your country now?
Well, it's funny you ask, because this is something that Annie and Braden and I talked about on the show a couple of days ago. Personally, I would love to see the Olympics happen in 2028 specifically to set the precedent to allow the World Baseball Classic to move into that summer window, and then you don't have to bring the MLB players to the Olympics anymore. It could be a one-off for the Olympics that sets the precedent of moving the WBC into the middle. And I agree to the logistical hurdles all the way around, including earlier starts to the season. That's terrible for cold weather teams in the East. Later, oh my God, how late are we going to go? But international soccer has sorted all this out over time, and it makes sense everywhere where clubs pause for international breaks. I think that can be resolved. I think, as Braden has talked about, something could be done with the remaining players in some sort of like goofy NBA Cup tournament or something, if you wanted to do that to keep the content mill churning. But I'd like to see it happen.
Woods, if there's anyone I know who doesn't get enough baseball, it's you. If there was a UFL for baseball in like January to March, you'd be the only person watching it.
Yeah, I make fun of the NFL for all their little ancillary leagues, but I would actually like more.
You'd like to see the Birmingham Stallions.
Yeah, I would like I would like more
Major
baseball.
League.
This just scares me. When you start comparing sports, I think you look at it 30,000 foot view, and well, they do it. If they do it, they can do it. I mean, we've talked to Skip Schumacher about how it ruined Alcantara for him. His ace going and having to heat up and ramp up for the WBC. I don't know if the middle of the season does any different. The weird thing would be to keep playing. We're playing. We're just going to bring somebody up from the minors, and he's going to fill in for Manny, who goes to play for the Dominican Republic, and Tatis, who leaves. Like,
they do that in soccer.
They do it in soccer sometimes, like you said.
The NWSL is doing a cup tournament while the players are gone.
I honestly think that may be the best way to do it, to where Sandy Alcantara's been pitching for 3 months, and he had a spring training, and he's ready to jam. So he's going to go pitch for his home, his home country. We're just going to be without him for 2 weeks, and we're going to have to find a way to manage.
Would you make those non-regular season games, though, like they do sometimes in soccer? Like, hey, this is our cup tournament where you're still charging people. Come to Petco Park, have a great time. See some of the younger guys that we've brought up.
But
doesn't count against their service time. I don't know how they'd have to work it out with the union.
It still counts for your 162 game record, which is rough, right? Look,
and also,
you get off on a rocket ride, and you're like, 4 of our guys are leaving. We have to replace them, but they'll be back in 2 weeks. I think that's, for me, that's the only thing that makes sense logically in my head, as weird as it sounds.
Fair to charge full price to the to the fans that are going to see games that either don't count or
they have to count.
Don't have Manny, don't have Fernando, don't have.
But do you get a discount when Manny's on the IL?
No.
But he doesn't go on the IL. But if Fernando's on the IL, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they all operate without their stars for some of them longer than others. It's like, man, for 2 weeks to suck it up, all of us suck it up as fans, and then the players get to go out and represent their country, potentially win a gold medal. They all say to a man, World Series or gold medal. They're like, gold medal. Now, I don't know if I believe it. But they all say it.
Nick Martinez. Remember when Nick Martinez did it?
Yeah,
oh, my God.
Yeah.
This guy, nothing would touch the Olympics for him.
That's
He
true.
wanted a World Series so bad because he just wanted to taste what it felt like for him to be in the Olympics again. Like, he talks about it like nothing could ever compare to it.
Plus, there's the idea of competing then against your own product. If you've got major leaguers playing in the Olympics at the same time that you're trying to put on a game at Petco Park, that's
It's
not
2 weeks,
exactly.
though. I think in 2 weeks you wear it it's 2 weeks every what? 2 years? 4 years. Sorry, yeah.
You know
2 weeks
me,
every
Ben.
4 years. You figure it out.
Too many problems.
Yeah.
We've come up with 35 problems just among us in 3 minutes.
All right,
Get out of here.
It's our 97.3 The Fan Padres Roundtable, presented commercial-free by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. Let's get into our look ahead to the second half of the Padres season. And I'll just start simply. Padres begin with a very tough road trip coming up. Cleveland has the best record in the American League. Then to Washington, and while they have been struggling lately, they're not going to forget what happened a month ago at Petco Park when the Padres go visit them. And then to Baltimore, the second best record in the American League. Annie, what are you kind of looking for in this first 9-game road trip from the Padres? What are you keying in on to start the second half of the season?
Well, AJ Preller described it as a 60-game sprint. He's pretty much right, 63 games. And Craig said earlier this week, this is kind of when it starts, this 11-game sprint, really, through those 3 teams and then to the Dodgers right after that. I think that they're buyers no matter what in the term of, we're going for it. Could it change for me maybe how they look at their club or how they view some kind of how much they go in on things? Depending on how they get through this 11-game stretch, I think it could. I think you've got to at least do better than 500. Do 500 or better through this road trip. I'll take it back. It's a hard road trip. 500 at least. Just don't let yourself slide too far deep down in that NL wildcard race.
Woods, we've seen the Padres, at least at times, seemingly play their best against better teams.
Sure.
Are you optimistic that this is another one of those chances for the Padres to show their mettle here to start the second half?
I wish I could say I was optimistic about it, man. I really do. I'm hopeful. Obviously, I don't know that I've ever been this nervous for the second half to start in my entire life. I mean, really, I am. They have given us so much. They've proven a lot this year. But as I've said many, many times, God, they've had to scratch and claw to get to 50 and 49. And I mean scratch and claw and come back and battle their asses off all year. I'm terrified, of the second half starting. I'm going to be a nervous wreck when this thing goes because, again, man, the teams that we all thought were we don't have to worry about them. Well, they're all around now. The Giants are back. The Mets are back. The D-backs are back. And you're like, here we go. But this is the beauty of sports. They're not talking about this in Chicago right now. They're not talking about this in Miami. We get to experience it. So I wish I could say I was optimistic, Benny. I got to get back to my win today. Win today's game. I can't look at the 11. Yeah, we need to win 8. I just, for me personally, find a way to win today's game. Find a way to go 1-0 today. And that.
One game at a time.
One game at a time. That's it. 1-0.
Chris, isn't your producer Matt Skraby the guy who's refusing to look at the standings until now August 1st? Can you do that?
That's because he can't read. He's just making an excuse. I'm worried about this road trip as well. But here's the thing. Right now, between the Cardinals, who sit 5th, and the Cubs, who sit 12th, there's only a 4-game spread. 2 of those 8 teams are going to make the playoffs. If you just assume that ahead of them, the Braves, Brewers, Dodgers, and Phillies are in good shape.
Yeah.
So all I'm concerned about for these 11 games and maybe into August and the return of Fernando and hopefully Musgrove is, can we stay in that 3 to 4 game window of the playoffs?
Don't die. Basically,
yeah,
don't die.
That's it, exactly.
They've done an amazing job of keeping their head above water.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, they even flourished when they won the 12 out of 15. But I just don't know how. I mean, Matt Waldron is starting the first game of the second half. Who would have predicted that?
Craig, that's
right.
It.
Except for Craig. Except for Craig. And Cease and then King, and then you're hopeful. So it's going to be really tough. And can they hang in until Fernando and hopefully Musgrove come back?
Don't die.
That's what I'm watching.
That's it. Just don't slip too far. Yeah.
You said what I would have said. My only goal is survival for this trip. I mean, I actually think it's on the line. If it's, again, win today, you and Mike Schilt are going to have a great combo tomorrow.
1-0, baby.
That's the only thing he's going to say,
1-0.
too. I heard him respond that way to AJ after last Sunday's game. Tomorrow's the most important game of the season. Yep. Well, okay. Yes, absolutely. And you're going to have to beat Cleveland. They haven't lost a series at home all year.
My God.
So,
really?
Yeah. So,
not one.
Woo! So if you just went and penciled a 1-2 there and a 1-2 in Baltimore, which would be a decent result, honestly, right? If you took one.
Yeah.
Better sweep the Nationals.
Yeah, you better sweep the Nationals. If the Nationals have your number that particular 3-game set, you could be looking at being at the bottom of that grouping, come to the deadline.
Craig, you've instituted a number of red alerts over the course of the season, and I haven't kept quite as close track. How have they done during your red alerts? And is this the reddest of red alerts so far for the Padres?
Well, no, you know what? They didn't always instantly respond, right? They would sometimes lose the next game, but they've always come back and bounced back. We've seen that all year from this team.
100%.
They'll get to the precipice of disaster, and then they will bounce back. I think they're on that precipice again. There's a real shaky underpinning, and you just said it, and I agreed. When we went through the 10 greatest games of the first half of the season, of the first 99 games of the season, like so many of them were the bullpen blew it, the pitcher put you in a giant hole, the offense rallied improbably, somebody hit a 2-out homer, and it's like if you just pull a couple of those results, this season looks completely different.
Oh, yeah.
So they need to get it going now.
Wouldn't it be so like this team though to go 8-3?
Yes.
It would be. Who would be surprised?
I mean, explain something. The Rockies have won one road series this year.
I know where it was.
That was here.
Right here.
They didn't lose a game in that series.
Yep.
So it would be just like the Padres to go hand Cleveland their first home series lost. It would be just like this team.
But you brought up, the pitching and the bullpen. And we talked about this a little bit on our show. 50 and 49. You can really break that down. So there's 4 or 5 game losing streaks. Outside of that, the Padres are 50 and 29. Really, really good. Can't throw them out the window. But so many of those 49 losses can be ascribed to either the starting pitching got you in a deep hole early by giving up 3 or 4 runs in the first 4 innings and you couldn't come back, or the bullpen just kind of randomly exploded later in the game. I mean, that feels like about 60% of the losses. Yeah, there were games where the offense didn't show up.
Sure.
That happens with every team. I'm not as worried about the offense. It's the pitching in the second half. How will the pitching respond? Is there enough depth? Can they get some consistency? Is there any other way to frame the second half other than through the lens of starting pitching and relief pitching?
It's huge. We saw what happened in 2021. It's huge. You have Michael King, who's done tremendous, but he is on some kind of innings watch, at least, right? Matt Waldron is on some kind of innings watch. You've got Dylan Cease, who had a great start to end the ceremonial first half, but has been inconsistent. Then you've got Randy Vasquez, maybe Johnny Brito, maybe, I don't know. It becomes now, luckily they have some off days. They can work some creativity in there, perhaps.
But when you get creative like that, those guys that are all on innings limits, you're putting them back. You know what I mean?
You're adding
an inning or two here and there, and it's like
it's a stress.
You can be as creative as you want to be, but Saris has told us many times, with every pitch they throw, they just
relief
become
pitchers,
relief
especially,
pitchers,
get worse.
they
From
just
the
get
day
worse.
one until the end of the season. They just keep getting worse.
It's just attrition, basically, and being creative is awesome, but you still have to have those. I mean, who are the 3 most durable pitchers in the big leagues right now? I don't know off the top of my head, but you'd have to be careful with those guys if you want
to go deep into the postseason.
Might be one of them. Yeah, Cease may be one of them, and so the threat of burnout, without adding pieces is so palpable.
They're going to
right
add
now.
pieces.
They have to.
There's no question right now.
Who they can add, who they can get.
We looked at a bunch of them the other day, and I just think Crochet's a pipe dream. I just think that's way too much to give up for a guy that is already over his innings limit.
Sure.
I think it would be way too risky. I think Tyler Anderson of the Angels makes the most sense. He's pitched in this division. He's an all-star 2 of the last 3 years. He's having a great year. I think you can get him for a fair amount from the Angels. And I think that A.J. Preller knows it. So I don't think we're going to have to wait much longer to get a pitcher. Tyler Anderson was the name that made the most sense to me. I'm throwing a little bit of a dart at a board, but they have to do something, and I'm pretty sure AJ would never let this opportunity go without taking a shot.
Well, I like that name, and I just want to say if you're going to make a deal with the Angels, then you might as well bring Carlos Estevez and Kevin Pillar along with you in a deal like that, because you could probably do a package like that with Anaheim. Estevez is a guy they can let go. They don't need a closer. They stink. Pillar's already retired. I mean, he's announced.
You've been calling for him since May, and I'm not going to argue with you because you are the Waldron guy.
Well, and then by the way, he's been terrible like the last 3 weeks. He's hit like 100. But I think if he came to a situation like this, playing for a pennant at the end of his career, I think he'd be revitalized.
I've heard Rich Hill is staying loose, ready to sign.
He's ready.
He wanted to come back in the second half. He wanted
did.
the first half
Dallas-
for his kids games.
What
so
does Dallas
this is the perfect
Keuchel do
time.
for you guys? I know he's out there now.
Oh, yeah.
Domingo Herman.
I saw
Just got released.
I saw yesterday somebody said Dallas Keuchel has elected free agency, and somebody tweeted, free agency has politely declined. Laid me out, man. But yeah, the lightning in the bottle of a Dallas Keuchel or a Rich Hill. I saw Joey Lucchese maybe looking for
Bring him home.
Like, oh my God, here we go. Here we go.
All right, we're about 35 minutes into our Padres Roundtable presented by Roundtable Pizza. You guys want to do the draft or the seventh inning stretch first? We're kind of in a no man's land here. Draft. All right. Annie has spoken. All right, today's Roundtable draft topic. And remember, you each get to go in order, but you have to pick someone different from the last person. And we'll start with Annie since she was decisive. Go right around the room. I will go last. You can pick one Padres player and guarantee they will be locked in at peak performance for the rest of the season, a la Blake Snell in the second half last year. Which Padres player are you picking to have the locked-in second half and then take your chances with everybody else?
I'm
Annie?
picking Manny Machado. Not that he wouldn't be locked in, but that his health is entirely locked in where it needs to be.
His health is included.
His health
Everything
is included.
locked in.
Everything is rocking and rolling for Manny because when he is hot, he can be a game changer for this team, no doubt about it.
Fair enough, because we've always said as Manny goes, so goes the Padres. We just spent about 10 minutes talking about how pitching is so important. Woods, would you take a position player to impact every day, or would you want to have a pitcher who's locked in so you at least don't have to worry about 1/5 of your starting rotation for the last 2.5 months?
I'll take Jurickson Profar to stay on this torrid pace that he's on. He is, while leadership is always questioned within the Padres, he does seem to be the most forward-facing lately. The guy that's in front of his locker saying, we've got to be better. We can't lose this. Like, he keeps it up. I like our chances.
All right, Craig?
All right, I want to be clear on the rules. Health and availability is part of
both
this.
solid. Yeah, you're going to be available. You're going to be healthy. You can speed Fernando back.
Okay. See, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure that either, but okay.
So no, I'm going to take advantage of this, and I'm going to say you, Darvish.
Okay.
I mean, for goodness sakes, and that's probably the biggest long shot if you want to go Musgrove out there in the audience because you just don't know if you's going to appear or not. That's fine. But those two guys being gone are the biggest problem with this team right now, and restoring one of them would be the biggest thing I could do to make this team locked in.
Chris?
Because my answer was taken by Annie, I'll take Dylan Cease to go 7 innings and allow 1 hit every start the rest of the season.
Sign me up.
Great answer.
That was going to be my answer. Good steal right before you go. My thinking on this is always, I take my chances with some of the superstar players sometimes that they're supposed to be locked in more often than not, and I don't really want to waste it. I thought the Profar pick was an interesting one. He's been so locked in, you kind of maybe want to roll the dice with Jurickson Profar and let him go. I think, though, it's important to take care of the pitching staff since Dylan Cease is already gone. Let's go with Joe Musgrove and just get Joe back, the emotional leader that he is for this team. Get him back on the mound. Get him, 12 to 15 good starts the rest of the way, and take your chances with the rest of the rotation.
Agreed.
Good pick.
How about we get all 5 of those things?
Yes.
And then we just make plans for October.
Yep. Luis Ariz was another one I thought about too. I mean, he's been injured.
Him locked in is what? Him 450 the rest of the way or something like that?
410,
You're talking,
that's pretty good locked
Rallies
in.
every
You're
time he
talking
comes
every
up.
time he comes to the plate, there's a guy on base, maybe even on second. And
I mean, there's an argument for Ha-Sung Kim. When
100%.
he gets locked in and, he starts hitting, boy, his value can be through the roof.
Luis Ariz would hit 450 if he was locked in and draw 2 walks the rest of the way.
Yeah, that's
he was
exactly
locked
right.
in.
450 with a 461 on.
Yeah, he never. Well, that's the problem. Same with Tony Gwynn.
Yeah.
The reason they didn't walk is not because they didn't understand the
they
strike
just
zone.
never
They were
missed the ball.
just
They never
too
missed
good
the
at making
ball.
contact with the ball. And part of walking occasionally requires swinging and missing at a pitch
Right.
to get worse pitches to take later in the at bat.
Yeah, Do you guys remember? Remember when Arise struck out twice in one game recently? It was like it was jarring. It was like looking at the eclipse or something. I was like, this is doesn't.
You knew he
feel
wasn't
right.
healthy at that point.
Right? Yeah.
No way.
It really was like something's off in the universe.
All right, now we are far enough in. We can get to our 7th inning stretch, our non-baseball Padres topic. And Woods and I have already talked about this one this week, but we had a lot of fun with it. So let's start with Chris. He surprised us in a couple of these 7th inning stretches. Today's topic is, what is an activity or sport you tried one time and hated so much that you will never do it again?
One and done. Ben has one.
Yeah.
Prime
All right, I'll prime the pump.
Yeah.
So mine was water skiing. Lake Tahoe, freezing, melted snow, unable to get up on like 5 or 6 tries, just dumping face first into the water, skis flying everywhere. It looks so fun from the shore.
Oh, yeah.
You're watching people sailing along, relaxing, holding on with
Waving
one
with
hand,
one hand.
waving, doing tricks out there.
Turns
and
out you need core strength.
it was like the most miserable thing I have ever experienced. I will never try water skiing again. It was horrible. Horrible.
I'll go with fishing.
Fishing.
That was Paul's
choice.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I went fishing on a full day boat, which was really dumb. I mean, I think we got a deal, or somebody got us in on this full day boat. What's that? 8
Out into
hours?
the ocean?
Out to the
Ocean
ocean
fishing.
You're leaving out here from one of these Point Loma landing spots, and honestly, it was 8 hours of just throwing my reel in and reeling it back up, and throwing it in and putting that little salamander's eyes through the hole and throwing it out there and reeling it in.
You didn't catch anything.
No, I didn't catch one thing. And had I even caught something, I really don't think it would have interested me enough to come back.
Fishing is such a polarizing activity. People who love fishing,
They love it all the way.
love it. I remember growing up, and you'd go to the newspaper, and they'd have like the fish counts listed
Oh, yeah.
in the
Yes,
sports
that's
section.
right.
Like,
Yeah.
here's what they got at this landing on this boat,
I
pulled in
know.
this many marlin and this many swordfish, and I'm
Yeah.
going.
It didn't help that the yo-yo guy right next to me, one step from me, was reeling them in all day. Like, come on.
That's
How is this
amazing.
What am I
possible?
doing differently?
That's amazing.
You don't
How
have
does
that
the
magic
fish know
touch.
down there?
And you're locked in. You're locked in that trip for. I don't want to be locked in anywhere except the round table for 8 hours
couldn't
a
get
day.
out.
You can't get out.
And there's
No.
the nausea if you get a little seasick
Yeah.
if you're going out on the
Get it.
ocean as well, and it smells like fish and not great. Craig, activity you tried once, never again.
Yeah, and factually, my dad and I went fishing once too, but I don't think he liked fishing either. But I had a very
felt like
similar,
something you had to do.
Yeah, a very similar experience of being there a couple hours, catching nothing, doing nothing. It was cold, it was dark, and being like,
All right, see you later.
That's another thing with fishing.
What are we doing here?
You can only do it at 4 in the morning
Right,
for
yeah,
some
to
reason.
get up so early, obnoxious. All right, it's any dad's dream to have your hobby shared by your son. So I very much understand how this came to be. But my dad used to all the time go dirt bike riding in the desert as one of his hobbies. We'd take the motorhome out to wherever, somewhere in the Mojave Desert, and he and his buddies would go dirt bike riding, and then they have a campfire and whatever. And that was a thing. And so we always had a dirt bike motorcycle in our garage. And then when I was about my son's age, like 12 or 13, he got me a smaller dirt bike, and we went one time dirt bike riding at this place where everyone goes. It was somewhere out by Bandini Mountain. It was like some, with big sand dunes.
Beginners
and
level dirt biking.
Probably, yes. And I got to the top of a dune and lost my balance and fell, and the bike fell on me and, wrenched my ankle, and it couldn't get up, completely miserable. Had to be rescued from it. I remember us stopping it in and out on the way home, just to get a mercy burger. And
the pity burger.
Yeah, and that little dirt bike stayed in the garage for the remainder of my teenage years.
You know how much. When I was a kid, all I wanted was a dirt bike or a moped. My parents were like, bro, there is no chance you're getting on anything motorized until you're 16. But I knew kids like that too that had those, and they were so good at them. Skateboarding was one I could never do ever. Mine was paddleboarding. I tried it once. I got set up on a blind date, and I went.
Woods
here.
is not a beach guy. If you know
I'm
this
really
about
not.
Woods, just anything having to do with the beach.
For me, it was like the lugging of the giant board down there, and they make it look so easy as they're just paddling through waves, and they're standing up with their perfect balance. And then, I wiped out on it. I was like, the upper body. I was like, this is awful. Why would anybody want to do this? And then I realized I have to lug this thing back up to the rental place. I was done, out.
Annie?
I did dance, but my sister did gymnastics, and she was really good. So they had the gym over there at San Diego State, and I was like, hey, I want to do gymnastics too, you know? So get the gymnastics leotard, everything set up, put the chalk on my hands, and they're like, okay, get on this beam, up here, 4 inches wide, and now go backwards. We're going to spot you. God. I was like, nope. I jumped off that beam. I'm like, you can stick with gymnastics. I will stick with dance. We're good.
Didn't even try.
I think I did one, and they spotted me, and then they wanted me to do it by myself, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Remember that beam is only 4 feet high, but your eyes are another 5 feet above that.
Yeah, you're
so when you're on a beam, you feel like you're 9-10 feet up.
You're not laying on your belly.
It's It's like.
By the way, we did summer activities, but if we had expanded to winter, regular skiing is also something.
I loved that.
One and done. I did okay on the bunny slopes.
too.
Like all day, I was snow plowing, going down, and
Yeah.
Dad said, okay, let's go try an intermediate slope. Could not slow down, crashed. I could see the disappointment as he had to carry my skis and me down the entire mountain.
Your brakes didn't
because
work.
I could not get down.
One of
from the
my
intermediate
childhood
slope.
friends growing up broke his leg skiing, and then the one time I was so sure
Paranoid
that you just break your leg
Yeah,
when
you have
go
to.
skiing.
A rite of
because
passage.
that George Kim broke his leg. I'm sure I'm going to break my leg.
Yep.
I'm petrified. Only time I ever went.
I did snowboarding one year in high school.
Nightmare.
And then the next day, actually, I was doing sort of like acrobatics or whatever. Broke both bones in my leg. They both popped out of my leg. And I swore it was because my mom was like, it was cold in the snow. Maybe something happened. The bones got,
That's
worse
awful.
off.
I definitely
So I
think
never
I'm
went
more
back.
Sonny Bono than Lindsey Vonn. That's for sure.
Can I just say one last thing
Jeez,
about water skiing?
Dark
I had
Ben.
the same experience you had the only time I went water skiing. However, and I wanted to ask you, I did stand up a couple of
good.
times.
All right.
And I will tell you, it made all of the falling almost
Worth it?
worthwhile.
I never
It
got
is
up.
really cool if you can finally get standing up there.
All right, let's
But
get
it's
back.
not
To,
easy.
let's get back to baseball. Final few minutes of our Padres Roundtable, presented by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. Chris, you mentioned that list of teams from the Braves on down to the Cubs on the fringe of the wild card. So the question now is, who are the 3 teams that you think will end up with the wild card spots in the National League at the end of the season?
Well, the Braves, I think, are one. I think they're a little clear of the group right now. The Cardinals concern me. I think they've been a little. I think they're aging. Arenado and Goldschmidt. Just, I don't feel great about them going forward. Their young guys have helped put them where they are. I feel weird that the Diamondbacks are going to get in. They're tied with the Padres right now, so. I must say the Braves, the Diamondbacks, and I'm in San Diego. I better say the Padres. Come on. I got to have some faith.
Okay, so why do you think the Padres will make it then? What's going right that gets them in?
The superstars are going to play like superstars in the second half, and that they got to hear without them really being superstars is going to work in their favor.
Annie, give me your 3 teams and then why you don't think the Padres will be one of them.
I'm pretty much the same. I'm Braves, Diamondbacks, and Padres. And I hear you say this all the time, Woodsy. If the Padres are going right, a team doesn't want to face them. I mean, once they get some of their superstars back, or they get some of their role players, the big guys that have been out for injuries, totally different dynamic that they might have, get hot and ride into those playoffs. So I think they have a great shot. But the Diamondbacks, to me, they've been in this position before. They know how to surge. I think they can do it again.
Corbin Carroll can't hit 199 in this again, can
he can.
I guess.
He can.
I don't want to be the gloom and doom guy, but no one's brought up the Mets.
I was going to put them in mind as well. I don't know why I feel it. It's the resurgence of Lindor, and they're playing really well as a team together. Now, if they hang on to Polar Bear, I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, they have some options and guys that are going to be coming back, getting healthy as well. Nimmo's had a really good year.
Could be something special.
There
for
could
them,
be.
yeah.
They could finally kind of figure it out. They were one of mine, along with obviously the Braves and the Padres.
All right, so you think the Padres make it as well?
I
Is
mean,
it
hope-
pitching? Is
hope-
it superstar
Hope
driven?
is not a strategy.
No?
I'm counting on you, AJ Preller.
Hope is
I'm
not a
I'm
strategy.
counting on you, AJ Preller, to fortify the back end of this bullpen, the front end of this bullpen, and the starting pitching core.
Craig, are you going to break the streak? All three have the Padres in the postseason. Right now, their Fangraphs projection is about 39% to make the playoffs right now.
It is. I know what I'm supposed to say, but it's not what I'm going to say. If you're going to ask me today, the Braves are going to make it, the Diamondbacks are going to make it, and the Mets are going to make it. And the Padres are not going to make the playoffs. I don't think the Padres can overcome the complete absence of Yu Darvish and Joe Musgrove at the trade deadline. I don't think that is overcomable. So no matter who you trade for, you're not trading for two guys like that.
Like, Scooble or Crochet, it's
you,
not happening.
You can't do it. You can't do it in today's market. And by the way, every single guy at the top of the market, there's a team out there better positioned than the Padres to trade for them
big time
in the next 10 days. We've made two giant trades.
Yep.
So I don't want that to be the case. I'm not rooting it for it to be the case. But if you're asking me today, by odds, I think we finish like 82-80 again, or 81-81.
Do you want some good news?
Yes, I would love some good news.
Kevin Acey just tweeted, Fernando Tatis Jr. had an MRI this week that showed the progress and healing the Padres had hoped for. He can continue to incrementally increase his baseball activity. He has already begun playing catch and swinging a bat. He thought he was going to miss the rest of the season. He really did when it first happened. So this could mean that he's on progression to be able to return in
also,
August.
some news that Tirso Ornelas is getting promoted to the big leagues, we heard, and will be on the trip with the Padres, so bringing up some more depth from the minor leagues.
Yeah.
All right, I haven't gone yet, and I'll have to say, I think we've seen the National League be so close in the wild card. I think inevitably it's coming down to a tiebreaker on one of these last spots. And the good news is the Padres have grabbed tiebreakers with a couple of the teams that they've already faced, including the Atlanta Braves. And I know everyone has the Braves in there. Call me crazy. I don't think they're immune to a collapse in the second half with all the injuries that they've had. I think they might have a struggling second half this year. They've put a lot of miles on playoffs the last few years. I think the Braves might go down. I do like the Diamondbacks coming back. I think the Mets are going to be very aggressive now at the trade deadline, and I think they hang on. I think it comes down to the Padres and the Giants for that last spot. Blake Snell is heating up. They could get more players back. Robbie Ray is there. I think they're still a threat. They would love, can you imagine if it comes down? And there's still a lot of the season series left between the Padres and the Giants. I think the Giants have a slight edge so far.
4-3.
4-3. I think it comes down to who wins that season series in the end. It comes down to Bob Melvin versus Mike Schilt for the last playoff spot in the last weeks of the season. And you know what? All right, this is a Padres roundtable. I'll go with the Padres to pull it out in the end and make the postseason.
That Giants team has had so many injuries.
Yep.
For them to even be in it, it's also maybe a testament to everybody kind of being around 500, but they're still in it.
Yep.
Big time.
And the difference will be, and I know that we have them on each week, but the fight that this team has shown under Mike Schilt that we did not see under Bob Melvin, hopefully that carries over this year for the same two teams that could be battling it out at the end of the season for one of the last playoff spots in the National League West. That this year it's the Padres' year to get that edge by a game or a tiebreaker or whatever it is. But this is going to be close, people.
Yeah, the only one thing I want to say, because I was the only person who played the odds there, is that I think the Padres of all those teams have the highest potential ceiling. If everyone comes back.
Woods always says the one no one wants to face in the playoffs.
That's it.
If they are in and healthy and hot, no one wants to see them.
So it's just a matter of seeing how many things have to go right for us in order to get our full team back.
Well, check your local listings as we go forward. I'm not sure what our schedule is. Next Thursday, Padres have an early game in Washington.
Yes.
So, and then the week after that, there's already talk about a special trade deadline edition of the roundtable.
I heard that, yes.
That might be happening right around
Tuesday
the June,
one instead.
the Tuesday.
I talked to
July
Roundtable. They
30th.
said that's the only one they're willing to move from Thursday. So spend it now, Adam.
So
and that's it.
We will definitely keep, us, listen to all of the shows. We will keep you updated on the future of the Padres roundtable. And whenever the next roundtable is, I can guarantee you this. everything will look completely different than it does today. Because
Always
that's
does.
the only thing that has been consistent about the San Diego Padres this season is from roundtable to roundtable, topics change 100% on this team. So things will either get much better or much worse before the next time that we all get together and talk about this team again. Right?
Correct.
Yes.
It's the only correct thing we've said all year. That's
I
it.
don't know,
Pretty much
but
the same standings, you know?
I think they'll actually do both by the time we
Both,
talk.
yes,
again.
that's
they'll
true.
get better,
Worse,
and then they'll
and
get
then better
worse,
again.
and then they'll wind up about where we are now, probably.
That is all the time we have. Thank you for taking the time to join us. Thank you to San Diego Roundtable Pizza for providing us this platform every week, commercial free. We'll see you when we see you. If you're live, Annie and Elston coming up next here for 3 more hours as we get ready for the second half of the Padres baseball season. For Annie Heilbrunn, Stephen Woods, Craig Elston, and Chris Ello, I'm Ben Higgins. Have a great rest of your day from all of us here at San Diego's #1 sports station,